Perfect. Okay. Ugh. Hey, Golden Seeds, good to see you. Give people a couple minutes to pop in, and then I'll go from there. No Neo 3 today? Probably not. Probably not, unless this like gets done in like a few minutes, which I'd be surprised by considering the questions. Pretty deep in scope. You can always switch over and play, but yeah. Good stream then. Oh, you're taking off? Alright. You're saying good stream as in you're gonna take off, or good stream then as like it's good that I'm not playing Neo 3? Okay. Hey, Wizard, good to see you. Just gonna give people a few minutes to pop in. It's 3 o'clock right now. I'll give it about 5 minutes and then I'm just gonna go. How you doing, Wizard? Hope you're doing well today. Punching chaos in the face. I was talking about the Tagaki or not Tagaki. That is Poofer's question. April. I this is not about gakis. We're not. It's not even about video games, really. It's about self-esteem and relationships and people getting help for free. It's not about Neo 3 or gakis. Okay. It's okay. I disappoint my family all the time. Oh gosh. How you doing? I hope you're doing well today. You doing good? God, my cough is so annoying. Hey, that's good to hear. explaining the concept of agaki is crucial in relationship advice. Oh my god. Just no. Just no, okay? I saw you added the chat to your news stream, which is cool. Sadly, only caught the VOD. Yeah, I've been doing that recently because I'm more comfortable with. I haven't had trolls like I did like months ago, and it was relentless for a long time. So I think eventually they just kind of got bored with me, which is great. So like, okay, I can probably try the chat thing. I'll tinker with it. Probably tinker with things over time. But for now, I'm like, this works. If I really need to adjust, I will. Yeah, FYI, I want to talk about stuff like this, like the self-esteem relationship stuff. Whatever I do in my work, just a bit more casually. I find it fun. So I'm like, kind of want to do this every weekend. And honestly, if I can just chat about stuff with people on the internet, it doesn't even have to be that many. I'm good to go. I help people, etc. I will just say, as a side note, in my job as a relationship coach, like I'm not a therapist yet, so that'll give me a lot more legitimacy. But it is, I have so much tea. Like there's so much drama, and it's like it's the type of stuff you'd read about on Reddit, and you'd be like, "Holy shit, is this rage bait?" It's like, oh my god. Like, for example, I had one client who I don't work with anymore. He was blaming his wife for him cheating on her. I'm like, okay, dude. He's like, no, I technically wasn't having an affair. It's like you. He's like in complete denial. He's like, well, she's probably doing it too. And I'm thinking, like, you don't know that. And even if she is, that gives you no excuse for you to do something you know is wrong. Unless you think it's okay. Unless you are generally comfortable with, like, all the cheating and all the affairs. If that's what you want in your relationship and you're genuinely okay with it, then you should be okay with your wife doing the same thing. Having sex with a bunch of other men, that should be fine by you, right? But obviously, push come to shove, it's just excuses and excuses. It's like the stereotypical, like, oh, rules for thee, not for me. I had to explain cheating is bad to the guy. You see what I mean? He knows it's bad, but he's just in denial of his tendency to paint himself as the victim when he's the perpetrator. I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right. He just has like this very strong tendency to blame other people for his shitty behavior. Well, if she didn't say it this way, then I wouldn't have reacted that way. I'm like, you admit you were toxic and ruined your wife's life, and now you're complaining about how she's making things harder for you. So anyway, I can talk about this. I have worked with so many people, and it's like like crazy shit. Like a guy cheats on his wife as she's going through chemotherapy. Okay. I'm like, what? And I'm like, oh my god. Or a woman gets her husband in jail because they have like a domestic fight. Not like a physical fight, but she's like scared, so she calls the cops or something. And then it's like she gets him in jail. And then he's like, well, I don't really want to talk to you now. And then she gets pissed that he doesn't want to talk to her. And I'm like, okay. So one thing I'll just generally to say to that, so Odie, I know you're saying a lot of things about like, hey, but isn't that what happened a lot? It's his fault that she cheated. So quality achieved and doing it in reverse too. Right. The thing is, we can get lost in the details about this. Like, I have a very nuanced perspective about it, about cheating in affairs. I think usually when people think of affairs, they think of it in the very stereotypical way. But usually, like, from my experience, when it's like, oh, I have a client and their partners are having an affair, I'm like, oh, I may not agree with the whole affair that they're doing, but I'm like, I actually genuinely understand why. I'm like, oh, that's what's going on. And it's at that point really semantics when it's called an affair, because usually, in my experience, it's like, okay, client is having their partner who's having an affair with somebody, but they're leaving. They're leaving. And more often than not, when the client is blaming the partner for like everything, it becomes very clear to me that like, okay, there's a lot of problems that my client has that need to be addressed before we even think about the whole like partner's behavior whatsoever. Even one of my clients that I work with to this day, she has, and this is like, the frequency of cases like this happening has been like 1 in 1,000 in my experience. But it's like her former husband was at one point over the like 20, 30 years. It's like he was physically abusive, which I'm like, no, that's like fucking terrible. Of course. And like, I'm like, hey, you should not jump into this relationship with this guy again. Unless he makes you feel safe about things again. And you can see that he's changed. Like, just do not. But him doing terrible things is not an excuse for you to also do terrible things. And my client does pretty terrible things. Like, she was just telling me, she was trying to work through things with like her son. Her son is dealing with a lot of problems, and her focus is like, well, why isn't my son cleaning things around the house? As opposed to like, your son is at wit's end, and he has admitted he's hanging by a thread and he's dealing with such intense problems, and your instinct is, rather than to be supportive to your own son, who has nowhere else to go, is to focus on, hey, why isn't my house clean? Because I'm overwhelmed. I'm like, wait, I'm like, you're his mother. I'm like, come on. And she's expecting like a relationship of complete equals between a parent and a child, which I'm like, that's not how it works. So like, I deal with this all the time. So what I try to help my clients do no matter what, is just like, hey, just look, regardless of what other people are doing, focus on your own shit. Focus on, are you showing up in the best possible way? And just like keep focusing on that. So anyway, that's what I deal with. So it can get pretty spicy. Like I've worked with so many clients who've done so many messed up things. And myself included. I've done a lot of messed up things too. All right, but anyway, my rant took an extra 6 minutes, so I guess I passed some time. Let me get on to some questions. I got 4 questions this time, as you can see, with the 4 responses. So by all means, you guys that are here, if any of you that put on these responses, so let's see. Oh, oops, hold up. So I have responses for these 4 people, which I'll try to get through in totality today. But by all means with chat, you all can just, we can have a discussion about it. I'm bringing this to, rather than me just like directly answering these people, I'm bringing it on a stream so I can talk to you guys. I want to have fun with this. So to address your question, Odie, about is this a just chatting thing or is it prep for use in my professional life? I mean, I could say a bit of both. I'm honestly mostly just doing this for fun. I like helping people. It's fun. I'm not doing it to get paid. Would be nice, but I don't expect people to pay me at the rate that I'm charging for this. Usually the work that I do in my professional life is far more intense than the questions you guys ask. So, not saying that your situations aren't serious or anything. It's just, it's a different beast when I'm working with like, quote unquote, an offender who paints themselves as a victim all the time. And they're doing so usually, in my experience, because they've been through a lot of trauma and they've had bad examples of other people's behaviors, bad role models. and a lot of trauma that, for whatever reason, has warped the way that they view the world, and they've, not only that, their behaviors that they have learned are also pretty bad too. So for example, with the guy who's like basically trying to deny his own like victimhood, or his tendency to paint himself as a victim, like pretty narcissistic, all things considered. Like, I have to help him change because he wants to. There's a lot of deeper psychology that I have to recognize, and usually on average with these questions it's not that complex. So hope that kind of answers your question with a little extra there. So okay, first question, I'm just gonna go in the order that they are in here. First question is from Zanami. So the question is, how do you build self-esteem when you don't hate yourself, but your sense of value feels unstable? When doubt fully sets in, it becomes hard for me to recenter. My mind starts going back to dark places, bad experiences, and moments that left me feeling demoralized. Even if I logically know I have good qualities, emotionally it can take a lot of effort just to get back to neutral. Small accomplishments help me feel capable again, but it feels too easy to fall into the negative and linger there. How do you build self-worth that feels grounded enough to hold up when doubt hits? So if we go back to this, oh, actually this diagram might work. So right now, sure, you may not hate yourself, and then that's good. But now we're at a different level where it's like, hey, and at a higher level where, yeah, I still don't feel secure enough, which is okay. There is growth. From what I'm reading here, I anticipate, hey, we're not at super low esteem or self-esteem. We're at maybe a higher version, and there's growth there from what I read into that. Having doubt is okay. I just want to say that. Having doubts about ourselves is okay. Having certain feelings about ourselves is fine. It's the choice that we make, the behaviors that we go towards, which will make the difference. I'll just tell you, I get insecure a lot. Insecurity is just, like, I get anxious. I get stressed about shit a lot. And sometimes I'm like, oh shit, I don't feel insert positive good thing. All right. Now, that's the thing that I would focus on. Hey, it becomes hard for you to recenter. So I'll actually get rid of this diagram. Actually. So let me get some good old circles. Oh man, that arrow ain't the nicest. Okay. Okay, so I've talked about this before. So when it comes to self-esteem, generally, when we think about it, from what I've understood, self-esteem by and large, most people will attribute it to, oops. Hold on, let me draw the diagram first. Okay. Let's blow this up a little bit. All right, generally, when people think about self-esteem, they're usually focusing on self-worth. Hey, I feel good about myself, right? Therefore, I have high self-esteem. But that in of itself isn't enough to have high self-esteem. I'm sure people in chat and people in general know of people who feel very proud of themselves, but we recognize, yo, they're kind of overconfident. They're kind of arrogant. So them feeling good about themselves doesn't make, like, okay, sure, they might say, hey, I'm the best person to do this, and I feel so good that I'm the best person to do this. But then we're like, wait a minute, no, you're not. Because your skills don't actually match up. It'd be like if I were to say, hey, Um, like I'm trying to find an example. I'm trying to find not a Neo example. Okay. Right, delusional people. Okay. But yeah, it's people who have a grandiose vision of themselves. So I'm sure you've seen people who play video games who act like they're the absolute best. And then you're like, okay, it seems promising. And then you play with them, and then they're like, oh, they're not actually that good. And then you tell them, hey, you're not as capable or you're not as competent as you might want to think you are. And then they'll like attack you. All right. They'll like get offended by you. No, but I actually am. They have an inflated sense of self-worth, and their self-efficacy is actually really tiny. So as a result, their self-esteem will come crashing down eventually. You can have all the self-worth in the world, but it ain't gonna mean shit if you aren't capable enough. Likewise, what I'm sensing from this question is, hey, I do feel capable, but I do have all sorts of negative thoughts. The flip side is also true. You can be, and I imagine many of you may be able to relate, you can be like super capable, accomplish amazing things, but then feel completely crap about it. And so your self-esteem will go down as a result as well. You need to have both parts for high self-esteem. You need to be both feel good about yourself, have that confidence, and actually be good at what you do, and have that competence. Both are crucial. So in Zanami's case, the way I see it, it's very clear. The issue may not be about self-efficacy. It might just be about, yo, what pain do you have internally that is making you potentially dismiss your accomplishments? But I would say, before saying, hey, maybe you're like, I don't know what these accomplishments are. What I would say is, if you find yourself feeling like, hey, no matter what I do, no matter how great of things that I do, and I've been told like a bajillion times, and I have proof and evidence that what I do is like actually really fucking awesome. Like I got accolades, I got rewards, or whatever it is. And if you find yourself still feeling like, hey, I'm not enough in some place, I'm still dealing with, I still feel shit about it, then I would say, hey, the thing to focus on is self-worth. Hey, Code, yeah, this isn't Neo gameplay. But actually, there's some of this will tie into my Neo 3 Academy stuff. So, for me, the thing that I would focus on is, what are these dark places? What are these bad experiences? Where have you been told things where you've been given the message that your accomplishments don't mean shit? Hey, I know I do good things, I have good qualities, but it doesn't really matter. I just feel bad about it and doesn't feel enough. Where's the doubt coming from? I'm guessing it's not just from other people putting them down, because that would be easy to fix. Right. My guess is if it's this strong, where this person used to hate themselves, I'm like, bro, is this like, what traumatized you? Is my question. This is assuming you haven't been toxic like my clients. So I'll just speak from personal experience. I have felt this way a lot. I remember when I was in college, I was going for my mechanical engineering degree, and I remember it was like my junior year or something. Yeah, I think it was like my junior year. I was like acing a lot of engineering classes. Like I remember like a heat transfer class. It was just like, I think some of the early like actual engineering classes. Heat transfer, a lot of circuit stuff. And I like aced an exam, which was a big deal, which I would think would be a big deal to me at the time. But logically, I'm like, yeah, it's great. I got a 97% and I scored the highest, and I can work with my professor and do some research into MEMS and NEMS, which is an acronym for micro electromechanical systems, and then NEMS, which is nano electromechanical systems. Basically, like just creating super, super tiny parts And I think one thing that my professor at the time was trying to do was to take advantage of the heat gradient in between indoors and outdoors to help generate some electricity. And in theory, it works because there is a difference in electron activity between outdoors and indoors just by the nature of there being a heat difference by default. So he wanted to capture just, hey, there is a difference in energy level from outside to inside, and we can, I forget exactly what he was creating, but he wanted really small parts to be able to take advantage of those very small differences in temperature, just as an extra way to generate electricity, potentially. And so that was kind of the start of his stuff. So working with electron microscopes. And I think for us, if we had a success rate of like 20-30% part success, that was already huge. But yeah, that's the type of work that I was able to participate in back in like 2010. I don't know how it panned out since then. But all things considered, and as Wizard is saying, like mind blown, it's like, that's something pretty, like, if I heard someone else was doing that, I'd be like, whoa, that sounds so fucking cool, dude. Whoa, I'd be like over the moon about it. To me, I didn't feel shit. I didn't feel good about it. I just felt like, oh, it's kind of expected, or I should be the best, and that's like the bare minimum. I had a very skewed sense of self-worth. So what I would tell, hey Del, we'll get to your question today. So what I would say, interesting topic, but such academic resources have the problem of scalability and get viable. Yeah, Odie, you're probably right. Again, this is like me when I don't know much about it. This is like 10 plus years old. Did you not have passion for the subject? Were you just treating it as studying? I didn't have, that's true. I didn't have as much passion for it, but I'm focusing less on my enjoyment of engineering at the time, which is a whole separate thing, compared to, hey, I accomplished something. I would think it'd be such an amazing accomplishment. Logically, I understand it's an amazing accomplishment. Emotionally, I don't feel like great about it. I'm not happy about it. I'm not like, yeah, this was a good thing. I just was like, oh well. In fact, I felt kind of bad. I felt more incapable. I could accomplish all I wanted to, but I felt bad. And through some soul searching and my own personal, like, inner work, if you want to call it that, a lot of it stems to my childhood, to be honest. My father basically expected perfection as a bare minimum. I think I've talked about this before, where it's like when I was 8 years old, he legitimately wanted me to get up at 4 in the morning to start reviewing and studying for my subjects. And I'm like, Dad, I'm 8 years old. Can't I sleep? And then he's like, oh no, you just don't want to be valedictorian like I was. Right, Wizard. I would have thoughts like that, but I didn't get the extra 3%. I was intensely criticized as a kid. Made to feel like nothing as a kid. So I didn't determine, my sense of value in my situation did not feel stable because I didn't determine it. Which is what I'm trying to build to for this. When it comes to self-esteem, when it comes to self-worth, the operative word in both of these is the self. If you aren't determining what the worth of your own accomplishments, if it's due to external things, if it's due to, hey, I'm going back to dark places which judge my experiences, bad experiences, where it's not me judging it anymore, it's some other something else externally, maybe in the past, maybe someone else, that's not self-worth then. What I would encourage Zanami to focus on would be like, hey, let's think about this. And I talked about this last time. If somebody else, let's say someone you loved, somebody you cared about, someone that mattered to you, if they accomplish what you are accomplishing, how proud would you be for them? If that answer to that is different from the answer for your personal self, it signals to me two things. One, you do have a value system that you operate by. And second, you're just not applying it to yourself because of insert whatever psychological reasons you might have. So I would say first identify. So here, my recommendation would be to identify own values. All right, that would be like my remedy. What are your values? Oh, God damn it. What are your values? How do you judge the worth of your own accomplishments? How would you judge? And again, if you find yourself constantly dismissing your own stuff, then let's just for a moment be more objective about it and apply these values to some other person, some other third party. Do that first to see, hey, what's going on? And then if you find yourself keep going back to these dark places and bad experiences, as you've talked about, then you'll know, hey, the theory of me judging my worth based on my values of how I personally evaluate my own accomplishments, logically it's there. And emotionally, what I really need to work through is whatever baggage I have. And what I would generally say is like, yeah, like this is where going to therapy can help a shit ton. This, like with a person like this, I would imagine, yeah, this is where you'd go to therapy and it should work really well. When I would say it wouldn't work well is when I work with my clients. My clients, their self-worth is inflated and their actual capabilities is much, much smaller. So I would say, no, first we need to make sure you're actually capable. And then we can start worrying about your self-worth. Get competent first before you start trying to inflate your confidence, because it's been the other way around for you. So the way to build your sense of value is to first define what your values are, how you would apply them to other people, start applying that to yourself. When you find yourself going back to dark experiences, dark places, then those are things I would encourage you to process. Personally speaking, I've done things like EMDR therapy, which I find helpful. Cognitive behavioral therapy, I would say, is fantastic to work with a professional. If you're in America, of course, you should be. Those are pretty standard, so insurance should definitely cover it. And you should be totally fine there. That's what I would say. And it can help you to evaluate your own accomplishments based on your own value system rather than what was put onto you. So eventually, at first, it's going to be shaky ground. It may not be something you're used to. It will, but as you keep building and adding more of actual self-worth, your own internal compass deciding what is worthy, what is not, your own standards rather than somebody else's, where you feel good about the work that you do, then eventually what will happen is you're not going to have to worry about your level of self-esteem because you already know you're increasing it a shit ton. I'll actually bring this to an example that Cass and I were just talking about earlier today. So we're not necessarily happy with the state of our apartment. Like, it's dirtier than we would like. Cass's first statement was like, well, we're not as bad as other people. And I'm like, yeah, it's true, we're not. But then I said, I'm like, but I have a feeling you're not happy with the way it is for your own standards. She's like, no, I'm not. Like, let's just focus on that. Because I've used similar sort of arguments to try to make myself feel better. I'm like, well, I'm not as bad as other people. But that's led me into a trap. And I was telling her that, like, you know, I was, I remember when we were married, I'd be like, well, I'm not as bad as my father was to me. I'm like, wow, but I still did a lot of stupid shit. I did a lot of toxic shit. It's still bad. So, and once I recognized I was pretty bad, I was kind of like, well, I didn't live up to my own standards. I betrayed my own values. So, okay, it's like I did it in a really, really bad way. 1% of shit is still shit. I don't want it. Like, that's enough grounds for you to have divorced me. And she's like, yeah, yeah. I'm like, not saying that the cleanliness of our space is necessarily 100% related to my toxic behavior, emotionally abusive behavior, but there's a commonality of like, let's, rather than judge it based on things externally or based on other people, let's judge it ourselves. What are our own standards? And how do we want to work through the cleanliness of our place by our own standards? We want an apartment, we want a living space that we feel proud of, that we're like, yeah, it's nice and clean. So like, you know, in the spirit of that, yesterday, before we had this conversation, when I was in one of the big bathrooms, I was seeing like, hey, this mirror isn't as clean as I'd like it to be. So it was like past midnight. I'm like, I'm just gonna clean it now. So like, I just like cleaned it. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is a nice clean bathroom mirror that I feel pretty good about. Okay, great. I did something. I made a difference. And by my own standards, I'm judging, hey, I have a nice clean mirror. I believe I did a good job with it. Maybe not perfect, but I think it was good for me to put in this effort towards this. I'm proud of myself for putting this effort, all the things related to me doing this, and creating something I can be happy with. Both the effort and the outcome of that effort is something that I'm uniquely proud of. I feel good about it because I did a good thing. That is me developing healthier self-esteem. And the more and more that I practice that, the more and more I build that, of course, my self-worth, I'm not going to hate myself. My sense of value will be unstable, so to speak, but it will keep increasing. Rather than, oh, I'm scared of it, feeling completely demoralized and going back down to nothing. I won't have to worry anymore, because not only am I continuously doing things that make me feel capable, but I'm actually doing things that are capable, and I'm judging it. And I'm like, no, what I did was good. How do I know it's good? Because if someone else were to do this at this in time, I'd be like, yo, that's pretty fucking impressive. I'm like, okay, if I'd say it for them, I should say it for me. And my brain will scream like, no, insert reason why you shouldn't, or whatever dumb thing. And I'm like, yeah, that's just withdrawal. That's going to be there. But I know my values and what I believe in is so strong. I'm just going to stick with it anyway, regardless of what my body is saying. It'll adapt eventually anyway. So, Zanami, I hope that helps. If there's anything confusing about that, definitely leave me a comment on the live stream somewhere, and I will try to get to it. All right, so let me catch up with chat. Del, good to see you. So, Odie, you had the opposite happen. I nearly failed my last exam, was super down because I knew I was better. Years later, I found I did not fail because the grader knew my true ability in that subject and pushed me through. What made my feeling I needed to redo it, what I wanted first, stupid, because finishing the grade first try was more beneficial than if I would have gotten a better grade. Interesting. I guess there's a lot to unpack there. The one thing that I would say is there definitely have been moments where I have thought I was more capable than I actually was. Case in point, my marriage. Case in point, my marriage. I thought I was better than I actually was. Nope, I wasn't. So all I started to do was to focus on, hey, let me actually increase my competence, which was super easy in hindsight. It is a lot simpler than I realized. I'm like, oh, I just overcomplicated the shit out of it. Okay, it's not that hard to be a nice, understanding person, just regardless, because it's the right thing to do. But naturally, for kids, like, things are a different story. Teachers are gonna have priorities over, like, hey, if overall the kid is suited for the next grade up, they'll go. They don't want to hold the kid back because that can do a lot more damage. But that framework doesn't really apply in adulthood. Okay. So Code, later in the stream, can we go over my situation if you have the time? Didn't post a question because I don't want to keep taking up other people's place and getting help. Oh my gosh. Please, it's okay. In the future, just do so anyway. Because I'll tell you what'll happen, Code. If I can't do it today, I will just deal with it tomorrow. I want lots of questions, to be honest. I had 12 last time. I only got 4. If you have a concern, oh no, my situation doesn't warrant enough time. I'm like, please, you're probably the person I need to help. Or that I'd want to help. Like, it's okay. It's okay to just ask. And that just goes for anybody. Oh shoot, my bad. That's how I felt. Like, no, I'm like, okay, this sounds like somebody with low self-worth. I'm like, they're probably dealing with something super stressful, but it's like, oh, it's not as bad as probably other people. And I'm like, you don't know that. You don't know that. And even so, it could be like, well, my situation, I might be dealing with all this stressful stuff, but there's kids in Africa who are starving, so therefore I won't make any noise because I don't deserve the help. And I'm like, no. I'm like, it's... And I've been there. Yeah, that's exactly how you feel. I'm like, let me try to help. I know there's a problem. I'm guessing there's a lot of stuff that's packed into that and why someone would feel that way, but it's like, it's okay to ask. I'm not going to punish somebody. I'm not going to say, no, your situation isn't serious. How dare you? But here's the thing. I'll speak for myself. We'll keep it simple this way. If you have a problem, you want my help, that's what I want to help with. The level of seriousness, like, is not something I focus on. Because the reality is, for you, it is serious. For you, it's serious enough that you want help. I'm gonna help. I'm not gonna judge it based on external things. The problems that I have in my relationship with Cass, like, I don't need help from other people anymore because I'm fine. The person who gives me feedback the most is Cass anyway, and the whole different story. But I'm not going to devalue you, and I'm guessing you've been devalued a lot. So just to be clear. But what I will also say is, how about this? Rather than assuming that your problem isn't serious enough or you don't deserve credit, you don't deserve attention or whatever it is, give us a chance. If we corroborate in your mind, if we give you the data that, hey, if we give you data that corroborates your past experiences, then by all means, do what you're used to doing. Funny how you picked that day to do a Q&A. It wasn't intentional. But anyway, that just goes for anybody else. If you, again, you can just submit questions. And hey, if it's not that serious of a problem and I can answer it quickly, I'll answer it in like 5 minutes. No harm, no foul. Or I'll take another day. All right, so let me catch up a little bit with chat. I'm in this bad situation, but other people have it worse, so I just have to suffer. Yeah, unfortunately, that can be the takeaway people have. Right. Other people might have it worse, but it doesn't mean your problems aren't serious to you. And I'm here to help you. So it's cool. Reminds me of, out of the chaos, a voice spoke to me. Smile and be glad for it could get worse. And I smiled and I was glad, and behold, it did get worse. So Mr. Dell, sorry, Poofer, but looking back at it, I feel like I formulated my question wrong. When we get to it, I'll try to elaborate. Great, I'm glad that you're here. I feel like it's not as serious as someone else's problems that are being asked in here. You never know, someone's suicidal or depressed and dealing with more than my little ex situation. Also in the questionnaire, you can't really write much. It doesn't let you do more than like a few sentences. Okay. The thing is, I'll try to get to that. No question is a stupid question. You heard it here, folks. I'm gonna make a joke. There's no stupid questions, only stupid people. I quote my high school English teacher for saying that. Oh god, I was like, what the fuck did I just hear? No. But hey, even if you had like theoretically a small problem, we nip it in the bud now, it doesn't blow up from there. So nice to get to. All right, let me get to the next question from the next person I have on the questionnaire. Looks like blasphemous is the next thing. No stupid questions, huh? How many times do gakis need to eat in a day? Okay, this is okay. You have found the exception to my rule, I guess. Not only is that a stupid question, I'm starting to think you're a stupid person. Okay. So anyway, actual question. C code. Wizard gave you an example of a question that I'd be like, fuck right off. I'm pretty sure your question isn't like that. Okay. I found in recent times I get extremely worked up over video games, despite it having been a hobby of mine since I was very young. I stopped playing online games to avoid such a thing, but it slowly crept back into my life, and now I'm just the same. So hold on, Code. I'll get to that, but I'm going to prioritize the questions that are on the form first. So I'll get to yours as soon as I can. Okay. I found in recent times I get extremely worked up over video games, despite it having been a hobby of mine since I was very young. I stopped playing online games to avoid such a thing, but it slowly crept back into my life, and now I'm just the same that I was. Okay. I'm aware that I'm under a lot of stress in my daily life as of right now, but as someone who plays very punishing games yourself, how do you cope with failure? How do you prevent yourself from getting frustrated? I apologize, this question is too long. This question is not that long at all. Okay. So from what I'm gathering from this, so I think I can get rid of these words in here. Is that low self-worth thinking the question is too long? Maybe, potentially. And again, one general thing about self-esteem, there's like infinite levels of it. Self-esteem isn't just like there's a limit. It's like you can, just as your capabilities can keep increasing, you overcoming certain challenges in the same way you can feel better about yourself. So yeah. But okay. So how do I want to deal with this? Naturally, for what I'm seeing is there is some emotional even a smart person can do stupid things and stupid people can look genius. Yeah, all I'm saying is that it's complicated. I don't think there are people that are completely dumb or super smart. Yeah, human beings are complex. So getting worked up over video games is normal. I've had that happen many times. What I would first of all, the first thing that's going on in my mind is like, okay, there's some emotional discomfort happening. And then, hey, let me stop playing online games, which again, understandable. I've played like League of Legends, and being around certain like I think a joke I've heard for League of Legends is like League of Legends is more toxic than than nuclear waste sites, right? But it slowly crept back into my life now. Now I'm just the same that I was, right? So this now shows me, okay, it's not just about online games. This is about maybe the relationship Blasphemous has with video games of themselves and what it represents. I'm aware I'm under a lot of stress in my daily life as of now, but as someone who plays very punishing games yourself, how do you cope with failure? Right. How do you prevent yourself from getting frustrated? So what it really boils down to is, as this question is broken down into. Now when I say this, I'm like, bruh, the guy just asked the question. This is so obvious now. So the issue is, hey, how do I deal with my emotional discomfort? How do I deal with failure? How do I cope with it? How do you prevent yourself from getting frustrated? When I think of when I get frustrated, it's usually because, hey, I feel out of control. Frustrated because I can't do anything about it. Right. So let's get rid of this. And I have a little flow chart here. Oops. No, I don't want you. Please stop. Frustrated. Pretty common emotion for people to have in video games. And in my experience, it's because something is outside of our control. So something is an external control we can't improve, right? That's how I usually take it. Oh God, I'm so frustrated. I can't do anything about this. Gosh, no matter what I do, no matter what I try, just things aren't getting better. That's my experience in video games. And oftentimes then I get frustrated. It's like, I can't do anything about this. This sucks. I quit Hearthstone from frustration, but it was a card game. Online card games is too casino for me. Bingo! You said it very well. Hearthstone, if you aren't familiar with, is a collectible card game that Blizzard has featuring, it's like Hearthstone Heroes of Warcraft. I used to play it a lot. And one of the things that's very frustrating to have is that usually when it comes to the game modes, you pretty much, to stay competitive, you need to have certain cards. And oftentimes many of the cards require you to are like the newer ones. And there's like power creep and whatnot. So the thing is though, getting these cards is only guaranteed in like a one specific way, but it's prohibitively expensive. So it involves like dust, if I'm not mistaken, which is incredibly inefficient. More often than not, people just open card packs and then it's like, okay, you get 5 cards and then you just get like a bunch of random shit and it's just like casino stuff. Exactly. It's like gambling at that point. And with gambling, you don't really have any control over it. Once you get the cards, it's nice, but it's just constant like, hey, I gotta keep dumping money in order to get relevant cards or to have relevant perks or to stay ahead. And it can just be very alienating unless you spend like thousands of dollars on it. But even then, I've known people who spent, like with gacha games, I'm sure people know of people who've spent so much money on gacha games to get like one character, or like they'll spend like $1,000 and won't even get it. And then you're like, fuck, that sucks. Right, and Wizard, even if you do play a card game, sometimes it is a RNG, and if you get unlucky, you're screwed. But the thing I want to touch on is what Blasphemous is talking about. How do I cope with failure? Is a good question. The difference is, for me, is when I'm getting frustrated, I'm not so much focusing. Oops. God damn it. As Soulpoo is saying, I suck with technology. My feelings of frustration. Ooh, what's happening? Okay. My feelings of frustration will continue to get magnified the more and more and more that I feel that things are outside of my control, that I can't do shit about it. So my recommendation when it comes to dealing with that frustration, first and foremost, is to see, hey, whatever mistakes that I'm making, whatever punishment that I am facing, when I'm getting frustrated, what is the one thing I could do to improve the situation? What is within my control? I will take my frustration and desperately search for something that's inside of my control. There might be a lot of things that are outside of my control. Like League of Legends, for example. If you're just queuing up, you know, I guess for whatever league, unless you're doing a pre-made, you can't really control your teammates. And even if you do have teammates in a pre-made game, you can't like dictate their behavior. You have to coordinate. But even when I'm saying that, you have to practice coordinating with them. So thank you, Exilia, I appreciate it. The uninstall button is always within my control. Right, you can obviously do that. And you can be like, hey, as Blasphemous is saying, I just stopped playing online games to avoid the frustration, which is one option. But if your goal is, hey, I want to keep enjoying online games, I like online games, and I just want to keep playing them because I have so much fun, then uninstalling the game isn't an option. I think as Codis is talking about, that, and as Wizard has said before, hey, I'm very good at CS, and I go into every game expecting my teammates to be awful. That can be one thing. But the key thing to focus on there is, hey, I'm getting frustrated, I'm failing a lot, and it's so frustrating that I keep failing. My brain needs to attach itself to something. Rather than fixating on all these external circumstances, ignore this shit. It'll keep leading you to frustration, and in my mind, your body is basically trying to tell you, don't focus on that shit. Instead, what you want to focus on is what is within our control. What is one skill I could learn? When I fail, yes, it sucks. It obviously sucks. But when I embrace the suckage, I'm like, God dang it, I suck. But why do I suck? What do I suck at? What is the thing that I suck at? Why am I failing? So, and I'm not going to make the conclusion because I fundamentally suck as a person, because, again, I could conclude, okay, I fundamentally suck as a person. But again, if my goal is to get good at the games, does that actually help me? Okay, I suck. Okay, what the fuck do I do with this? Okay, I guess because I personally fundamentally suck at all video games, well, I guess there's no hope for me, so let's not bother trying and let's just get dejected and move away. That very much goes against me trying to get better at the games. And so what I will try to do is analyze skills to work on. Or analyze weaknesses, I guess. I guess that's the same thing as why am I failing? Here, why am I failing? Self-analysis. And then work on skill improvement. I do get frustrated in video games. This was happening yesterday with Neo. Alright, Neo, when I was fighting against Antiquity version of Hiroko, I was using the cestuses and the axe. Alright? I kept kind of like, I was failing with them in my eyes. And I'm like, I have no fucking clue what's going on. I'm getting frustrated. What the hell is going on? And like eventually I beat Hiroko, but there was that part of me that was like not satisfied. And it's like, I don't feel I'm doing as good with cestus as I could. I keep running out of ki. What the fuck is going on? And then I was like, okay, let me try to figure out what it is I'm lacking that I can work on. So I need to focus on that. I have no clue what it is. And like, that's my instinct. So as I'm saying, I need to understand, what do I lack? So what I did was I took a boss that I know I'm comfortable with with pretty much any weapon, and then I tried cestus's by themselves. And then immediately I noticed, oh shit, I can feel I lack a proper flow. I don't know what moves to use in between deflects. And I'm like, oh, that's the problem. Oh, I don't know what skills to use or what attacks to use, mid deflects and whatnot. And I can feel that I lack a flow. All right. I need to work on and really learn and understand what are some tangible things that I can work with and practice on against this boss with cestus's. Let me get some real-time data. And I figured it out in like 30 or so minutes. And then I noticed it was like a night and day difference. And just seeing that and feeling that capability and having my skills improve negated the frustration. I'm like, I get it. Like, I got it. I got better with the cestus's. I'm like, it clicks now. Oh, I'm not having key problems anymore. Fuck yeah, dude. That was so cool to figure it out and to learn. I got better with the cestus's. And then I was like, let me see if I can do it with the axe. I figured out similar issues with the axe. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm learning. I can feel the skill improvement. This is good shit. So when it comes to me, Neo is very punishing. But how do I cope with a failure? It's not so much me preventing the negative feelings from occurring. Instead, whatever negative feelings you want to call them, the frustration that I have, is I look for an appropriate outlet to channel them to. Are we talking about gaming or patience? There's a relationship between both. I look for things within my control. My instinct will be, hey, why am I failing and what can I improve upon? What is a skill that I can improve upon? Right, it is a very iterative process. And figuring that shit out in Neo feels so good because I know that by me learning cestus's more and axe more to be able to flow consistently with them, and obviously there's like a lot of other things I've practiced in the meantime, but me doing that consistently, it already made me a better player. Already. I'm like, damn, I felt it. I saw it. I experienced it. And I know that I can do it again. It was something I permanently learned. So if I'm faced with the same situation or similar situations, I'm like, well, I got better at using the cestus's. And I got better in very tangible, specific ways. I understood, hey, it's not just like this vague, I got better with it. It's like, here's how I got better with it. I understood, oh, hey, here's some attacks I can throw in during deflects. Here are moments I can use flux more often. Here are some gap closers I can use more frequently. Oh, there's actually some opportunities I'm discovering with certain weapons, like with the cestus's against Takeda Shingen. There's some moments where I can do Heavenly Strike into Dancing Kick. I'm like, I can get away with it. I'm like, sweet. Ah, things are clicking. And as I notice, hey, what I'm doing, what is within my control is working, my feelings shift away from frustration to like, yeah, this is addictive as shit. Oh yeah, let's go. And even though I died many times against Takeda Shingen, again, my focus was not, hey, I need to win. I'm like, I can't guarantee the win right now. My focus was on, what can I learn? What can I learn from this failure, so to speak? Because if I can learn from this failure, I am guaranteed to get better. And if I'm going to get better, you bet eventually I'll be able to kick ass. And surprise, surprise, eventually I did against Takeda Shingen. And I'm going to upload some clips for like the end of May related to that. Right, exactly, Fiendbusa. What can I learn? What did I do wrong? How can I get better? Because if I get better, if I become a good player, it don't fucking matter. So yeah, when you're finding yourself frustrated, I like to think of that as a cue to, hey, we're feeling like things are outside of our control to feel better. Okay, what is within my control? What can I change? What can I do to make things better so that I can get closer to the goals that I desire? Oh shit, I made a mistake. Okay, if I recognize I failed, let me try to understand, why did I fail? What specific way did I fail? Okay, if I've identified the specific way that I have failed, what's the thing that I can work on so that I can learn from this failure and iterate from there? That's it. And in that respect, I will say, punishing, I don't see it as much as punishing games. I'm like, yo, this is challenging, but that makes it kind of, that makes the victory feel that much sweeter. It's like the difference between, like in Neo, for example, you could do quick attacks all day, and that's like totally viable. Or you could just go with like General of Ruin set, and deflect everything to delete key damage. And obviously that's a way to win. But I think, as Fiendbusa would say, in games like Ninja Gaiden, for example, actually, let me use a Ninja Gaiden example. With Ninja Gaiden, you could do ultimate technique spam the entire time, 100% of the time, and you'll win, and that's fun. But it's also kind of fun to be able to wombo combo them and absolutely delete the opponents and demoralize them and do crazy shit and use combos that most people wouldn't use necessarily, or like the awkward ones. That's what I do in Neo. I'm like, oh, there's this really weird ability. How can I make it look good? How can I make it feel good? Okay, great. This is fucking, I made it feel good. I mean, that's what I did with the Soul Course for Neo too. I'm like, I'm gonna find a way to make every single one feel good. And then it was hilarious when I could pull off Giant Toad safely. Hey guys, I used Giant Toad and I lived to tell the tale. Oh, guys, I made White Tiger useful against Saito Toshimitsu. Like, legit. Like, whoa, bro. So, like, instead of me viewing the game as punishing and, like, I'm gonna suffer and I'm gonna have failure, I'm like, it's a challenge that I can't wait to overcome. I can't wait to learn something from this. In fact, in my brain, I'm not like thinking negative thoughts about like, oh, I'm a failure. I'm like, who gives a fuck? I'm just here to learn, bro. I just want to have fun and kick ass. It's so satisfying to do that. It's like satisfaction. Like in my Neo, what does Neo look to 2,000 hours of Neo 2 look like? A lot of those clips I found very satisfying to pull off. Like that sort of meditation clip at the very end against Yoshitsune. When people watched it, they were like, yo, that was so satisfying to watch. Oh my god, you pulled it off, bro. That's so cool. Oh, the demon dance against the Fuki's Kusarigama attack, like burst attack. That looks so cool, bro. Holy shit. How you doing all this shit? Yeah, that's the feeling I get too. That's addictive as fuck. It's fun. I'm like, all right, let's go. Let's kick some ass. Yeah. So it goes away from that frustrating space to, hey, things are in my control. Let me do more into the fun space. So let me catch up with some questions or some follow-up dialogue. think a lot of you make a lot of good points. I think Fiend Busa puts it best. Sometimes with Souls-like, it's better to put down till the next day, or most games, and try again the next day. It feels like things click differently. You might even first try a boss that you struggled on for hours. Yeah, you can. I think it's important to take breaks and not try to overwork yourself. Deliberate practice makes a huge difference. So yeah, sometimes it's okay to take a break, but when you're engaging with the game, and do so when you're playing your games kind of happily. Video games are a fun thing. So I approach it in that regard as well. I mean, in general, I want to enjoy my life, so I try to approach it with that attitude when I can. But part of that is like, hey, it's important to take rest and to take some breaks. Don't grind. It's video games, don't grind, bro. Come back when, and come back with, and one thing I want to say with the taking a break is, if you're unable to channel, so I want to qualify one thing that chat is mentioning. Time can certainly reduce frustration, but then if you re-engage with the activity and you find yourself getting massively frustrated again, to me, it's not a matter of, oh, you needed time. Time is important, but you also needed to be in the right headspace. And that's why I'm saying, hey, if you keep finding yourself frustrated, it furthers the need for you to focus on this shit even more. Like, if you keep assigning things to outside your control, you're going to keep getting frustrated. But when you come back, make sure you are like, hey, I was frustrated because I was focused on things outside of my control. Now what I need to do is focus on things inside my control that can make an actual tangible difference. That's what I need to focus on. So let me do that. And then when you come back after taking a break, if your head is focused on what's in your control, it'll be a lot easier to do this anyway. That is if your goal is to improve at the games you're playing. Now, if it's like, hey, you're dealing with League of Legends, and again, if your goal is to just have a fun time with other people, well, that is going to depend on the other people. But if your goal is, and unfortunately that it will be frustrating, which is why people eventually stop playing League like myself. I'm not here to get to like Gold League or Diamond or whatever it is. I don't really care about that. I'm just here to play ARAM like every once in a while. And then, or like when I play StarCraft, I've had players where it's like, okay, dude, I'm just here to like have fun. I don't really care about meta or anything. I'm just playing video games, bro. And then what I will do, even then, is focus on things in my control. It's like, well, I want to have fun, so what's in my control? I just like block certain players. I don't want to deal with certain players. And or if the game's too toxic, I'm like, well, fuck this game. I'll just go find another game. But either way, I'm focusing on things in my control. In that case, I understand how to deal with it accordingly. So I hope that makes sense. But yeah, taking a break is important. But make sure when you are taking a break and when you've rested, you're coming back in with a healthier mindset. Ongba's on Cloud 9 every day, probably. Maybe. That's how I feel about Counter-Strike. It's filled with a ton of cheaters right now, so no matter how good I am, it's just frustrating, out of my control to even want to play as much as I used to. Exactly. Eventually what's going to happen, if things are consistently outside your control, you are going to just leave the situation, which is understandable. But if you're trying to play games and you want to have fun with it, focus on what is within your control as much as you can. That's all. So if you've got a lot of stress in your daily life, understandable. See how you can channel that stress towards things that can make a positive difference in your life. And it'll probably like destroy your brain for a bit. It'll feel extra frustrating until it's just like, hey, I just like, I need to find something I can do, and keep going until you can find that. Come back, and if you need to take a break because the emotional like weight is too strong, take a break. But then come back. When you do come back, keep looking for things inside your control. So, okay, I think I've addressed that question. Hope that helps, Blasphemous. If you have any comments or questions or anything like that, feel free to drop it in the comments of my live stream. All right, let's get down to the next question. Mr. Dell, you are here. So I know I'll read your question, and then I know you said you wanted to give extra context, so we'll do with that. Stress of life is also impacting his frustration. Maybe fix the former first. Yeah, I'm sure. Like, games is probably... I'm looking at the game stuff, and to me, it's if my... So back to the other question, actually. To add on to what Wizard is saying, my guess is if the tendency of the blasphemous is to focus on things outside of his control, in video games, it's probably going on to other aspects of their life as well. So whatever you're stressed out about, see what's within your control, what you can do to improve and fix things, and then that skill of being able to focus on things inside your control will apply to video games as well. Whenever you make a mistake, seek to analyze what the mistake was specifically so you can learn from it and do better next time. And that's it. I think, what was it in John Wick? What was it? Winston says, how you do anything is how you do everything, or something like that. Yeah, I think that applies to what you're saying, Wizard. All right, Del. I know you wanted to give some clarifying stuff. I'm just going to read this question, and then you let me know what's going on. Before I do that, let me drink some water. Okay. Long ago, I had a lot of issues with my self-esteem. I felt miserable, worthless, useless. But now I got employed. Found an incredibly interesting hobby that has huge potential of growing to something big. Great. I could even say it's my passion. I got a resurgence of this confidence because that hobby was something I did when I was a kid, and I'm happy that it came back, so I feel like I can do a lot. The problem is I'm afraid of it. I feel like I can make something incredibly special, and I can be someone special, but it sounds like somewhat narcissistic delusion. It seems like after many years of low self-esteem, it feels weirdly uncomfortable to be this confident in anything, like some sort of overcompensation. Question, how normal is this? And is it weird that I feel this way? One, very normal, and it's not weird at all. So I'm going to go back to my self-esteem stuff I was talking about earlier. Okay. When it comes to self-esteem, as I said earlier in the stream, people focus on self-worth a lot. How do you feel about yourself? And with my clients, they generally feel good about themselves, but their actual capabilities are pretty weak for their relationships. It's pretty problematic, to say the least. Self-esteem isn't just how we feel about ourselves, it's how good we actually are. So, to address your question, and I'm gonna slight tangent. My clients have a very inflated sense of self-worth. Do I tell them that though? Yes. Or rather, I will let them tell themselves that. I'll get them to admit it. Because most often they're like, no, I'm super good at this shit. And it's like, oh, actually... Oh, no, I'm pretty upfront and straightforward with my clients. I'm never mean to them. Or I try not to be. They might take me as being mean, but that's a whole separate thing. Usually I get them to call themselves out, where they're like, oh shit, I'm actually less capable than I think. Or the way that I'm doing it is not helpful. And I get them to realize that their way of doing things is a problem. And they need to change that. But for the whole like fear of narcissistic delusion, you're being narcissistic with the delusion, in my opinion, if your self-worth is incredibly inflated. I'm sure you know people who talk a big game but can't back it up. So that's what it boils down into. And you're like, oh my gosh, they're so fucking arrogant. But if I were to say, for example, I can confidently say like, yeah, I can really style on bosses in Neo 3. I'm a pretty good player. I generally kick ass, and I think the way, and I could be wrong, I think the way that I engage with Neo 3 is something really special. Okay, 3D animation. So for me, I'm like, I think I'm a pretty great player, pretty good player. My self-worth in general is on the lower side, but you know, I take a look at I constantly look at my gameplay and then look at others' gameplay to see if I prefer theirs over mine. I'm like, I kind of prefer mine. I'm like, I prefer mine. I like mine the most. So I'm like, okay. So I just keep trying to improve my own vision of what it is. And that's that. But usually, if someone just has to boast about themselves all the time, and I mean boast, I'm not talking about inside themselves where they're proud of themselves, but if they feel the need to like tell other people, oh my gosh, I'm like the best ever, and they keep doing that like over and over again in a bid to get external validation, and then their self-worth is most likely unhealthy. Usually good players don't have to tell the world they're good players. Their good play takes care of that for them. Usually people check out my stream. Like I had a guy raid me yesterday and he was just like, holy shit, god tier parries. And I'm like, okay. Like I don't tell people I can god tier deflect whatever or parry whatever. I don't tell people that. People come to that conclusion on their own. I'm just like, you judge my product. If you think it's great, you let me know. But even then, they might judge my product, but I'm usually thinking, yes, I'm sure this is amazing for them, but for me, I know I can do better. And I want to do better by my own values. I'm evaluating my own self-efficacy at this point. So that's hopefully that's like the big picture thing. Now for 3D animation is again, like, it's okay to be proud of yourself. It's fine to feel weird about it. The thing I would encourage you to do is to see whether or not your skills are actually good. If you think, hey, the skills that I have in 3D animation are good, then be proud of it. Be proud of not only the level of your skills that you have, but what I would encourage you to focus on even more is the efforts you are putting into towards improvement. Right now, so you might be hazy about, oh, you're talking about studying Blender. Okay, I'm familiar with Blender to a vague degree. You might have ideas and you might have ambitions. They could be good, they could be bad. Find out. See if they are actually any good. If they're good, great. If they're not great, you'll know, and you'll be like, and then just try to understand, oh, here were the flaws in my ideas and my ambitions. What are some new things that I can change to have better ideas, better ambitions, and better and more importantly, not just, hey, here's the stuff in my head, but what's the actual tangible shit I create? Yeah, some people will see it as egotistical, but again, hey Nemesis, who am I coaching? I had a questionnaire, so I had a self-esteem questionnaire, so people puts that stuff up, and then I'm getting into it. So, but when it comes to being egotistical or narcissistic, again, if you can't back up your claims and you're fixated on, oh, actually my claims are great, when they're actually not, then you're being egotistical. Then you're being narcissistic. Then you're being arrogant. But by all means, if you're having great ideas, if you have good execution of your ideas, if the work that you're doing is objectively good, or rather, if it is actually good, yeah, Nemesis, I can do this again if you're interested. Yeah, absolutely, Nemesis. So If your work is good, be proud of it. Now, what I'm guessing is happening for you is, Del, is that because you've had low self-esteem, as you said, you're scared of thinking, oh gosh, I'm going to be arrogant, as you mentioned. Oh gosh, like, I'm going to be a dick. But let me ask you, Del, if someone you cared about, someone... Oh yeah, Nemesis, I totally want to. So, this is something I'd like to do frequently, to be honest. So, let me ask you, Del. If someone else were to accomplish what you accomplish and what are doing, someone, let's say it's someone you love or care about, and they were to accomplish what you did, would you, and they were to say, hey, I'm proud of what I did, I've got some really cool ideas and ambitions, would you tell them, hey, you're being egotistical? Would you say they are entertaining narcissistic delusions? Or would you say no? Would you tell them, no, you shouldn't think to yourself you can make something incredibly special and you can be someone special? You shouldn't think that at all. Let me know. Is a coach the master manipulator? What? Wait, what, Pinbusa? What? I mean, side note, hopefully Dell's giving a reply. I mean, real talk, I don't trust coach. Like, I put my disclaimer because I'm very, like, self-conscious about, hey, I'm a coach and not a therapist. That's why I have this whole, like, yeah, like, I've helped people, but insert all this stuff. Right, Del, you wouldn't say that. That's what I kind of figured. It sounds like what you're saying is this. You have high capabilities. You have high capabilities, but you feel shit. So this is where I would say, if you know you wouldn't say that, then my advice would be to recognize that the reason that you are feeling uncomfortable is precisely because of just past experiences. And it's just going to be like a residual withdrawal effect. I deal with it sometimes, and it's weird, but it's a practice for me to be like, well, if, for example, Cass was to do the same thing that I have done in these circumstances, I'd be like wildly proud of her. So I recognize that, hey, if I were to practice my value system onto her in this regard, then I know that's how I would deal with it if I didn't have the baggage that was in my head. So therefore, what I need to do is practice this onto myself. So what I would say for you, Del, is to work, I would say, hey, self-worth is probably the bigger thing for you to work on. If you are capable, as you say you are, first, what I would say is identify the values that you have. Because you obviously have some, because you're like, wait, if someone else did the same thing that I did, then I wouldn't, because insert reasons why. I would say this, I'd feel this way about it. The discrepancy can only exist, in my opinion, because there's something in you that is operating to that we just need to bring out more. I'm guessing you have been, like, you've said, hey, you've been made to feel miserable, worthless, and useless in some way, shape, or form. It's okay for things to feel weird. I would say all you got to do is keep accomplishing stuff. Keep doing stuff that you would feel proud of, and allow yourself to be proud of the accomplishments you made, no matter how small they might be. And keep trying to grow those and celebrate those. Worry less about the outcome, so to speak. So let's say you put in a lot of work, a lot of effort, and it doesn't go well. Focus less when you if you mess up or make a mistake, okay, sure, that'll suck. But celebrate more of the efforts you put into learning, things that are again within your control. Did you learn something? Did you do something good? Did you make a difference in yourself? Stuff like that. Also, in general, when it comes to self-esteem, so some of you might have heard this before. Let me shrink this down. So give me just a second while I get this up. Oh, god damn it. Ah. Technology's hard. Okay. How familiar are you guys with like words like process or outcome or like trust the process and stuff like that? Just out of curiosity. Because what I want to say, if I'm just curious, because I would say, again, back to the whole like what I was talking about with blasphemous is to focus on things within your control. Oftentimes, and I'll put this in layman's terms, we can judge people based on outcomes. So based on like for example, in the art world, oh hey, they're a better artist than me. Oh, I feel bad about myself because I'm not as good as an artist as them. Oh, Puffer Llama is a great Neo player, and now I feel bad about it because I feel bad about myself because I'm not as good of a Neo player. And then they just focus on only that, but they ignore the entire process to actually getting better. In my view, self-esteem is not based on outcomes. So things like how much money you have. I'm sure you all know people who are like filthy rich and miserable as shit. All right. It's like, okay, they could have so much money. Or hey, if you maybe you guys watch The Boys. Spoilers, let me talk about spoilers. All right. Homelander has the most power. Like, remember that whole speech with Ryan telling Homelander, like his last speech to Homelander before like Homelander flies away. Yeah, spoilers. If you don't want to hear spoilers from the season finale of The Boys, just like tune out for a bit. But it's been out for a few days, so I'm just gonna say it. But Ryan basically tells Homelander that, like, dude, you are the most powerful person on Earth already. And you were a lonely, sad, miserable piece of shit. Why the fuck would you think that power would basically more power would be anything different? You having a better outcome ain't gonna change shit. He's trying to establish greater self-esteem by becoming God and having everybody love him. Except, even when he gets that outcome, it didn't matter at all. He's like, oh, firecracker, you betrayed me, but now you're professing your whatever love to me or whatever, or like devotion to me. Okay, I'm gonna kill you. Or like, oh my gosh, A-Train, how could he betray me? It's like, bro, you treated him like shit. Or even when the Deep is like completely full sycophant mode, it didn't make Homelander feel any better. Homelander went like try to make people. It's like, bro, Homelander, John, you did everything fucking wrong to try to make yourself feel better. So that even if you do get certain outcomes, it changes nothing for you. You'll always be on this quest of trying to make yourself feel better in the wrong ways. And it just will go into this big gaping hole. So outcomes, of course, can make people feel better temporarily. But in the same way with money, having a lot of money is great. But you know what probably feels better? Hey, I did shit that I earned my money. I earned my wealth. I worked hard for it. This outcome that I have today is because I worked for it, bro. So in a sense, Nemesis, those milestones can be helpful, provided by you recognizing, hey, I actually did things that I'm proud of, that were within my control. I made a real difference, and what I did was good, and I feel good about it. So I earned what I did. My efforts, they were good, genuine efforts I can feel really good about, that are fueled by my values, by who I want to be, what I believe in. And I did all of that no matter what, and I'm proud of what I've created. I worked for my $12. I mean, think about it when we're kids. I'll use a $12 example. It's nice when you get an allowance, right? It's nice when you get an allowance, right? But when you make your first paycheck and it's like, maybe you're in high school or something. If you work for $12 when you're in high school is like, yo, dude, I made this money and it's mine. I can do whatever the fuck I want with it. All right. This is good shit. Feels really good. Be like, yo, I worked for it. I can spend this money without a shred of guilt. It's mine. I did it. Awesome. It's like the same thing. It's not necessarily about the outcome per se. It's not about what it is. It's how it was achieved. Chicken Burrito makes a good point. I'll get to what you're saying, Nemesis. Instead of you keep looking at the leaderboard, focus more on your own record. Did you try your best? Did you improve? Yeah. Do that. Focus on your own journey, your own process. So to tie this in with the Nemesis saying, what if you tried and don't do good? If you recognize, oh shit, I tried my best. I'm proud that I tried my best, but unfortunately the results that I had weren't that good. This goes back to what I was talking about, blasphemous. All right, shit, I feel crappy about myself. You know what I need to do? Let me try to understand what I was lacking, and so I can figure out what's within my control to do better. As Chicken Burrito is saying, I did try my best, but there's something I can improve upon, so let me improve upon that. Let me upgrade my process, so to speak, my skills, so that I can get closer and closer to what I desire. That's all. That's all it takes. There will be a lot of stress. There'll probably be a lot of pain, but if you can channel that pain into healthier behaviors, fueled by your own value system to make positive differences over time, dude, you bet you'll not only get here, but you'll have earned it. And usually by that point, if you're just so focused on, hey, I just want to enjoy my life and enjoy the journey of the day to day. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. I don't know what mistakes I'll make in the future, but I'm going to keep doing my best and keep improving no matter what. Of course, if you're competing for a job, caring about others matters. I mean, external. So I want to touch on one point I think I missed before, which is when it comes to self-worth and self-efficacy, again, one thing I want to say is oftentimes when it comes to self-esteem and self-worth, it's like we evaluate our self-worth kind of in a vacuum. That can be a tendency. It certainly is for my clients, and it was for myself too. But once I realized, oh shit, I'm not as actually capable as I think, then like my self-worth started to crash. But it matched my actual capabilities. And so what I focused on was upgrading my capabilities. In order for me to recognize that I was incapable, I needed to be receptive to feedback. So I'm very receptive to feedback because what I focus on is, hey, this person is giving me feedback. Maybe I agree with it, maybe I disagree with it. I don't know. But let me consider it and see whether or not I do. Like, is it something I should listen to? Let me find out. Who is the person? Like, are they qualified? Are they just talking out of their ass? Do they fully understand or something? Let me go from there. So basically what you're saying is that I should keep going. Absolutely. You should definitely keep going. And I'm going to say, focus on your self-worth. Keep upgrading your capabilities. Like, don't stop on that. Like, keep doing better. And just recognize your self-worth might be lower for some time. But as your capabilities keep upgrading, and what I would say is, like, usually in these scenarios, I'm like, well, if your capabilities are actually good and you just feel bad about yourself, I'm like, this is where typically therapists would be super helpful. So go for, like, I would say, like, yeah, talk to like a therapist. They can help you work through whatever blockers you might have towards feeling worthless, feeling useless, and feeling like, oh gosh, I'm being overconfident. In my case, for me, since I'm used to doing a very high output of work, but not feeling good about it. I was like, yeah, it's just childhood shit. I was expected to be perfect. If I wasn't perfect, I was nothing. So changing my relationship with how I evaluate my own accomplishments and others' accomplishments was what helped me significantly. And again, identify values and figure out my own sense of self, what I want it to be, and just to keep a steady practice of that. Defeat Busa, it is unfortunate. Sure, I can see both perspectives of Chicken Burrito and Fiend Busa. In my experience, yeah, there's plenty of people who will lie and get away with it. But again, what is it? Sure, other people are doing things and that's outside of my control. What do I want to do for my life? So sure, if I'm competing for a job, obviously I want to be the best candidate. But again, I've legit, like, I also have to determine, I focus less on trying to win the job position as opposed to, dude, is this job even a good fit? As if I know I'm capable enough for a position, maybe even overqualified, and I'll give you a story with that. If I know I'm capable for a position, then I have to see, like, okay, I can do this job well. Is this job environment even one that I want? So I think Chicken Burrito's on the money. Enjoy the process and keep going. Absolutely. And make the process enjoyable for yourself. So, hey, you have all this baggage. Wouldn't it be nice to get rid of that baggage? So, yeah. Stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, it's pretty fucking relief. It's like, oh my gosh, this is what it feels like to let go of all this shit. Yes. Oh my gosh, I don't have as much stretch anymore because I can just say goodbye. I can actually feel it. Goodbye. I don't have to think this way anymore. Oh my gosh. Yes. I don't need to do it. Yeah. Yes. Sweet. Yeah. So Del, what I would say in your case, I would say, hey, like, if you're having damaged self-worth, then feel free to, like, I mean, a therapist will work wonders. If you're capable and you just feel bad about your capabilities and are devaluing yourself, yeah, a therapist. It should go pretty well. But yeah, so story time. I remember, I won't give out the name of the company or anything that I applied to, but I wanted to work for a specific company. I had previously applied to them and I had gotten hired, and I ultimately declined their offer because I realized they couldn't give me work for several months. And I'm like, given the fact that I'm divorced, I kind of need money now. So I went to work with somebody else. But then a few years later, I was like, you know, I could try to apply for them again. And then I was like, I'm even more qualified than I was before. And they declined me. And I'm like, what? I'm even more qualified than I was before. And so I asked why. Like, I was curious, like, what was the reasoning? And they're like, because you said no to us last time. So if you said no to us last time, I don't think there's any way we can make things work. I'm like, what? Like, hold up. Hold up. Really? I said no for very understandable reasons, nothing personally against you guys. And because I declined your offer before, you're okay. I'm like, all right, so I have a choice. Like, I can basically like try to beg for the job, and I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm like, all right, this is kind of weird. Let me try to say, hey, like, I understand, like, a little bit, but like, my circumstances have changed. And I'm like, I don't need to work immediately. Like, even if I don't need to work immediately, I'm like, it's fine. I still would want to assist, like, part-time. I'm like, all right. I guess I don't want to work for this company given this is the treatment I get. Like, bro, what? I'm like, I'm like, shit, do I really want to work with this company? Sure, I might be qualified. I'm like, I know my worth. It's even higher than it was before. I'm like, okay, I can genuinely say their loss. I mean, like, the audience that I would be working with at this company is significantly easier compared to what I'm used to, like in the presence. Like, I work with clients who are very difficult for most on average. So I'm like, all right, I don't want to deal with this. So I'm not going to. I'm like, all right, good luck. So I don't necessarily try to compete for others' attention. I'm like, I feel confident about my skills. You judge it. If you don't think it's good, let me know so I can work on it. But that's it. Like, that's really about it. Tell me why so I can understand how to improve it. I'm not concerned about, oh no, I'm not perfect enough. I'm like, this is the best level of my skills right now. I'm sure it'll get better. I'd like to, your help would be valuable. You don't have to hire me. That's fine. I just want to get better. I am going to grow. If you want me, great. If you don't want me, that's okay. I'll go like find something else. I'm gonna stress. And then I just move on. And with that particular company, I'm like, I'm never going back to them. It's not going to be a good fit. If not, if there's a culture of me saying no for completely like safe reasons, is automatic rejection in the future years after the fact. And it wasn't like I looked at like what did I say back then? I'm like, no, I didn't do anything tacky. I'm like, I just said, no thanks. I will be proceeding with another company instead. Which is like super normal. Even it's just like, oh my god. Like, this just ain't worth it, bro. Like, whatever. So yeah, that shit happens. I can take my skills applied. I have options, so I'll take it elsewhere. It's not a big deal. You must be rich. Not really, to be honest. At least financially, no. But as you can see, Fiendbusa is just like, oh, like it doesn't. Instant conclusion. Seems like you'd be rich. But yeah, my focus, plain and simple, is just going to be no matter what, I will focus on my own journey, my own process, my own skills, my own things. What is within my control, my own self-esteem, how I can be better, how I can do better, what I can learn to get better. And then I will evaluate things about whether I want to get involved with shit. No, Fiendbusa, it's cool. Because, right, as you guys are mentioning, some environments are going to be pretty shitty. Canada sucks. Okay. Where did that come from? Right, so, you know, many companies are just not, they don't fit my values. So I'm like, I don't want to bother. Okay, if a corporate culture is going to be, hey, you can't say no. Then I don't want to be a part of it. Like, all right. Yeah, I'm glad to help, though. If Pooper was rich, he'd have a housemaid to keep the house clean. No. No. I would just keep the house clean myself. Cass and I would do it, for example. We like to keep the place clean. Sure, I could hire people to help make my life easier, or I could just do it myself because it's kind of fun to do it. Anyway, but yeah. So Dell, I hope that assists you. I would say again, in your case, if your self-worth is low, you can speak to a therapist about it. They should help. It should be pretty cookie cutter and you should be fine. Not rich, but TN rich. Okay, I guess. Yeah, Team Ninja, you know, they invited me back in November, so because my whatever they specifically wanted me. So that was cool. All right, let's see. I gotta speed up a little bit. Last question on this form is from Raymond. I'm 26, and honestly, I'm just completely exhausted with fighting my own brain. I've been there, it sucks. Right now, I have a flexible teaching job that I can actually handle. It helps my anxiety, keeps my anxiety under control, and it covers my basic expenses, so I'm not a financial burden. Great. Interesting you say financial burden. But I constantly feel this overwhelming guilt that I'm not doing enough. Ah, okay. When I look at my old classmates who have families and corporate careers, I feel like a failure. Very telling. Every time I try to force myself to push harder, take on a more demanding job to look like a proper adult, my brain just completely shuts down and tunes out. Then I start spiraling, wondering if I'm just lazy and making excuses. Okay. First of all, I just want to say, I relate to this. When anxiety gets super high, it can just become paralyzing. I've had that happen and my brain just shuts down. And this type of stuff I am very familiar with personally. My father would say stuff like that. Oh, I didn't want to work that hard. You don't want to be perfect or whatever. And you'll hear things like, as Wizard is saying, comparison is the thief of joy, which I think is a big thing here. So when it comes to self-esteem, remember the operative word in this is going to be about the self. What it sounds like is you're judging yourself based on what are other people doing rather than what am I doing for my own life? Am I happy with my life based on my own values, my own standards, my own things? If you are genuine, like, this just sounds like shit you've been programmed to think. Hey, in order for you to be a proper adult, you need to do this. And the fact you can't do it means you're a failure. Well, yes. As per, this is what you've been conditioned to believe. You don't have a family. You don't have a corporate career. You don't have a more demanding job. Oh, you're doing a teaching job. It's easy. It's lazy. But again, the thing is, like, of course, in this model, you are a failure. In this model, you are lazy. You are making excuses because you aren't doing this. And your brain realizes, I can't fucking do this. So it does shut down. Understandable. And by this thing, you will never, ever feel enough. You won't. So your anxiety is playing out the way that it plays out. Makes sense. You getting exhausted makes sense. What I would say is rather than doing shit because other people have decided that for you, you do it because you want to. Do you want... So the question I would ask you is this what you want right now? Do you want a more demanding job? Like, what is it that you want? Oh, Humane Entertainment, thanks for the raid, I just noticed. And Fiend Busa, oh, did you do a membership thing? Oh, thanks for the membership, I like totally missed it. Again, what is it that you want from your life is the most important thing. Hey, Humane, good to see you. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. So what is it that you want from your life? I'm guessing you don't want this, but feel like you have to go for this. This is the expectation placed upon you. If I go stereotypical Indian stuff, the expectation upon me was, like my dad would not right say it. He'd say, you can do whatever career you want. But in India, it was like doctor engineer. This is basically it. I went to engineering. But my siblings went to other careers in like humanities, liberal arts, and whatnot. And they got shit for it. There is a cultural expectation to have certain careers because of insert financial stability, do this or whatever for that reason. There are a lot of external influences, and it can be so strong. Ultimately, like, you do what you want with your life, and whatever choices you make, the consequences are yours to have. If you find yourself taking a job that you like, and it's what you want, go with it. Yes, you will have this voice which is saying, hey, you're not doing this. So, like, you won't win in this system. Your body has adapted. It recognizes I can't win in this system. I will never be enough. I don't have the capabilities. Which is why I go back to, again, what is it that you want? Define your own values, your goals, and desires is what I would say. What are yours? Whatever they are. And you determine how you feel about yourself in that regard. Are you doing things that are helping build your life in the direction that you desire, that are fulfilling your own wants, your own goals, or satisfying your own values? I'm pretty sure if another person had a teaching job and we're doing this way, and you would probably tell them that, like, bro, fuck all this shit. Like, do you even want a family? Do you want a corporate career? I'm guessing you don't. Now, if your family keeps giving, and whoever is programmed this into you, if they're giving you shit for it, which I'm guessing they are, I'm guessing this is a childhood thing. Oh, you're just lazy making excuses. You don't want a real job. And I would say distance yourself from that shit. If you have to interact with people who constantly put messages with you, you can still keep an appropriate distance from them. But in your mind, cut that shit off. Be like, nope, I'm not dealing with this. This isn't what I want in my life. I don't want to entertain these thoughts in my head. Your anxiety will say you're not doing enough. But again, by whose standards? Yours or somebody else's that they determine for you? I think with what Fiends Boost is talking about is just interactions that they've had with their family members, right? Like, I dealt with this. My father's standards for me was perfection or nothing. And so, because of that, I was lazy. I was making excuses for not getting up at 4 in the morning. You wanted to prepare me for the real world and all that. I'm like, okay, so you destroy a child's childhood? Way to go. Way to go. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Let your kid not have a life as a child. Put them through intense stress. Make them feel lazy for not doing enough all the time when they're 8 years old, or when they're a child, when they're a teenager. Make it so that no matter how much they accomplish, it'll never be enough. Yeah. Right, and as Nemesis is saying, make the standards and expectations unrealistic and impossible, and so that the kid will never ever feel enough. Oh, and then the moment they start procrastinating and getting demotivated because making them out to be a problem and proof that they actually are lazy and making excuses. Yeah. Put them in a survival response so that they keep trying to fight their own brain. Get them completely exhausted. Make it shut down. Put them in fight, flight, freeze, fawn, or flop all the time. Yeah. So inspirational. No, that's seriously damaging for a child. That's what I dealt with, and I think many other people can relate. Good tips. I'm writing it down for later. Right. This type of intense stress response is what I'm guessing is happening to you, Raymond. You're dealing with this over and over again, which is why I say get out of this game. You've already lived through it. Your system knows it can't deal with this, and it's okay. You're 26-year-old now. You're a full-blown adult. You determine your own life. You chart your own destiny, however you want it to go. What you do day to day. If you are happy with this job, if you're like, you know what, I kind of like this. I've got my bases covered. Right, like you said, it covers my basic expenses. If you're like, yo, I got things financially under control and I'm very stable and I planned it out, I'm good to go. If I remove the external influences and think about my own values, my own system, and so on, I'm good to go. Then okay, you're good to go. Ignore that shit. That's what I would say. In your case, just like it seems like is the trend with people on this questionnaire, compared to my clients, my advice would be, hey, it sounds like you have very damaged self-worth. And you're fixated again on these outcomes of, oh, I don't have the outcome of having a family. I don't have the outcome of a corporate career. I'm not able to take on as much. Like, I don't have that. So I would just say, like, honestly, this to me just sounds like, hey, I think your best bet would be to go to a therapist for sure, to help you determine your own sense of worth. Figure out who you are, who you want to be, what type of life you want. And it'll take some time. And from the sounds of it, there's a lot of stuff for you to process. Because you're making conclusions such as, hey, you're a failure because you don't have a specific job. I mean, the way that I see success in my life is, hey, am I happy, healthy, and thriving? Do I have security? Not, oh, do I make 7 figures? Not, oh, I have 500 degrees and I'm the smartest person on the planet. It's no, like, can I live a happy, healthy, thriving life constantly? If so, great. Can I live a life that fulfills my values, my goals, my desires? If so, great. I am charting my own life. This is my journey. My journey, not someone else trying to live their journey through me. Not me trying to be some sort of puppet for somebody else, but my life. Then whatever outcome that I get as a result of my choices, my growth, I'll be very pleased with. It sounds like, Raymond, you found a job you like. And this is all just other people saying, oh yeah, do this, do that, whatever. You gotta do this, otherwise you're a failure. Now fuck all that. That shit you can ignore. You can consider it, see if it matches again with this, but if it doesn't, bye. Like here, think about it from me, okay? Look here. To put it into perspective, before I get into some, talk more about some of the things that Chad is referencing, and I also want to make sure I get to Code's situation. I know he had a pretty complex one. So, think about this, guys. I went to school for mechanical engineering. Then, after some point, I wanted to be a teacher. Then I went to be a relationship coach, even though I got divorced. Okay? Okay? Engineer to teacher to relationship coach. Who's divorced? How do you think my family was like, yeah, we're so proud of you, son? Or were they like, the fuck? We don't believe in you. Or do you think they doubted me, considering whatever? It didn't make a shit difference to them at all. They weren't like, oh my gosh, you're a relationship coach and you're divorced? How does that work? That seems so, like, strange. I would want to think that, hey, you're divorced. Aren't you, like, not qualified? If anything, because you went through a divorce? They didn't even ask that. They didn't ask any variation. They had no curiosity about it. They couldn't give a flying fuck. In fact, I had family members be like, just don't talk about it. I was like, okay, something that I'm really happy and proud of, and I want to share with you guys to, like, connect. You don't even want to hear about it? Okay. I'm like, geez. Yeah, and it was just it was like the extended Indian family. I'm like, okay, all right. They've not once asked, like, hey, what are your accomplishments? What have you done? Like, that's so curious. Like, they weren't remotely curious. So they won't know that, like, dude, I've literally helped save marriages through affairs, through divorce, through whatever, through kids, through drug addictions. I've helped people overcome a lot of shit. For the clients that I have, since I'm going for a therapist for the time being, I don't work too often with clients, but I usually charge $100 per session. My mom hides my true stuff. I charge 100 per session, so there's that. Yeah. But yeah, when I'm a therapist, I don't want to charge too much. Like, I'll charge a good amount, but, like, I don't want people to go broke. Like, $100 per session really is cheaper than some therapists, to be honest. But yeah, again, hater's gonna hate, right? Doubter's gonna doubt. And that's just gonna be there. So I just would say for you, Raymond, focus on your journey and what you want. Instead of your anxiety being controlled by external factors, think about things internally. Your values, your desires, your goals. And figure out what you need to do to get to that destination, so to speak. And enjoy the journey at the same time. It's your life, not anybody else's. So, Raymond, I hopefully that gives you some help. In your situation, as with all the others, as I've said before, I would advise, hey, I think you're not like one of my clients. Go for, I think, just like a good, healthy therapist. I would recommend, I think, some EMDR therapists to help maybe perhaps go through some past trauma that you may not have processed. It seems like, for example, you have some very core beliefs about yourself. Hey, I'm a failure. I'm just lazy, making excuses. So, hey, I'm not enough. I'm a burden. These are some pretty deep-seated things. I think EMDR therapists can be fantastic to help you reprocess things. So go from there. Yeah, or you can see a cognitive behavioral therapist for sure. I think CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, is like pretty standardly considered very effective. It can be helpful, but if you find yourself like keep reliving trauma, then definitely take a look at EMDR would be my personal recommendation. I see one, it helps me out a lot, reprocess things. So I hope that helps, Raymond. So those are the 4 questions that I have for today. But I know there's a lot of follow-up talk, and I know, Code, you had some questions, and you wanted to kind of talk about your situation, which was much more geared towards relationships, so feel free to go from here. I've seen so many YouTube videos of people saying they're 30 plus or 40 plus, nothing going nowhere. People always say you have so much time to do so many things. Yeah. And before you go on to your situation, one thing I'll say to that is I'm going to go to some proverb. I think it was a Chinese proverb. The best time to have planted a tree was 20 years ago, but the next best time is today. For things between Cass and I, yes, me being healthier and not being toxic would have been a great fucking idea when I met her. But the best thing I can do is practice it now. And with whatever guilt and remorse that I have from a lot of my shitty behavior, I'm like, well, it's, if anything, an impetus for me to do even better today and make life so much better today the way it should have been. Let me try to do that now as best as I can. With whatever lifespan I have, I want life for her and I to be as awesome as possible. So I will just do that. How can we have fun? How can we relax? That's it. And anytime I have that, like, oh shit, my life ain't getting good enough, then I channel that towards how can I make my life better? And then eventually what happens over time, as life does actually get better over time, I relax. I will say one of my favorite things is like just seeing Cass and the kitties relaxed. I'm like, oh, this is so beautiful. I love this. Any idea to help get my girlfriend to play Neo Co-op with me? Yeah, you could ask her. Hey, girlfriend, want to play Neo Co-op with me? There you go. Try, give me $100. Sage advice. If it's a serious question, while Code is typing his stuff up, Code, break it down into parts. Gnosis just ask. She said, "Fuck no." Then respect that. You could ask her why she doesn't want to play it. Does Twitch have a limit? Yeah, Twitch does. What I would say, Code, is just like whatever big comment that you have, break it down into parts. And I'll get to it. Yeah, but what I would say, like, for example, I've asked like Cass if she wants to play Neo. She says no, and when I try to understand why, I'm like, well, yeah, I get it. Of course, it's fine. She never has to play it. Like, no big deal. But my focus is less on, hey, we have to do the specific activity together. It's more about, are we like the point of the whole, like, I think about, well, what's the point of me really trying to play this one game together? Oh, it's something I enjoy that might be fun with her. I really want her to participate in something I enjoy. I'm like, does that have to be Neo related? No, it could be like a whole bunch of things. Like, but ideally I'd want her to have fun too, so we should just do something fun together. Let's figure that out. Let's figure what that would be together. I'm not like attached to like we have to do this one specific thing. It's like it could be anything. I just want to have fun with you. So if there's something that you get enjoyments out of Neo Co-op and your girlfriend doesn't want to do it, see if you can find some other thing that satisfies the both of you. That's all. I feel like playing the same game with your loved ones is usually not going to go well. But isn't she forcing you to play PoE with her? I'm not being forced at all. I want to. We take turns. She has a minion witch, and like we play Path of Exile, and we have a minion witch. We take turns. I'm like, hey, can I try? Can we play? And so we do. So Chicken Burrito, I've had a different experience. Cass and I have played plenty of games together. We both enjoyed playing Borderlands 2. We've played Path of Exile before. I like him. You're playing Minion Necromancer and Diablo 4 right now. Cass and I tried that. I think we got our Minions Necromancers to Greater Rift 70 or something. I think I got hers to like 100 or something because I was just curious and trying to get the season rewards. Oh, but that's in Diablo 4. Never mind. I was talking about Diablo 3. I don't have extensive knowledge with D4. Yeah, Code, go for it. Just try it out. Just try and see what happens. Oh shit, you want to smash? No. Cass isn't romantically interested in me, which doesn't bother me in the slightest. I'm gonna fill up some water. I'll be right back. And by the way, thanks guys. This has been fun. I'm totally down to do this again. Oh, okay, what's going on? Trying to figure out how to write all your stuff. Don't use ChatGPT. Don't use AI bots. I generally don't like them. Hey, yeah, I'm back. I went to fill up water. Can I send a screenshot link? Yeah, go for it. Generally, so while you're doing that, I just want to say something in advance. Usually if someone has to give a lot of context to their situation, it's like, if it's a mess, like what I will usually try to showcase people is like, things don't have to be that messy. It can be really simple, but the mess can be indicative of a lot of problems. So I'll try to break things down for you. Yeah, risky link click of the day. I don't know. I don't think YouTube's gonna have the links. Yeah, I know code. So go for it if you can. But too bad my situation is serious. No, it's fine. Let's hear it. It's cool. I'm here to help. I'm just giving you my thoughts before I say anything. Okay, well, since I addressed these questions, so while you're doing that, Rickroll incoming. Oh my god, I might have to come to Twitch to post. All right, let's get rid of these. Addressed. Hopefully no timeout. All right, Codex. A code. I see it. Please don't be a virus, man. Okay. All right, this is fine. This will work out. All right, you're fine. You should make people pay to ask the questions the kind you get. Okay. Well, Fiend, if again, $100 per session is what I get. I would only consider asking people to pay after I have like serious legitimacy. I missed a day. The worst that could happen to you is when you click the sus link and it's just Rickroll. I know, right? Okay. So let's get this show on the road. Wait. Okay. Okay. So, all right. Okay, because she felt emotionally attached, I think, because after we did, she hit her head with my hand, not in a joking way, kind of hard. I mean, okay, I mean, this is context, but I'm not really sure what your question is. So right now, Code, so here's the thing. When I usually get a lot of context like this, my brain immediately goes to, we're way too fixated on events that are happening rather than what we are actually doing. So things outside of our control versus what we are actually doing. And, you know, here, the thing is, I'll just try to keep it really simple. So you're saying, hey, your question now is, what do you think is making her avoidant and change up on me? Does she want to go back to talking to her ex? I don't know. And her doing that hand-hitting thing shows me she's definitely messed up after her past relationships. But why is she being avoidant? It seems like she wanted a relationship. What? What's going on? Fiend, what do you mean? What are you talking about? So, okay, here's the thing. I'm guessing you could have asked her as Fiend is talking about, but the thing is you haven't. And what seems to be happening is that your relationship just is getting worse. So as Fiend is mentioning, hey, here's a specific behavior you could do. You could just talk to her about this, try to sort out whatever is going on. So I think, Code, the first question I need to ask is, what is your goal here? I'm hearing, what does she want? What do you want? Because it seems like your whole mood is externalized to her. All right, thanks, Pepper, for dropping by. Right now, it just sounds like you're like, oh, what is she doing here? What's she doing there? Was that there? Like, it's like, oh, if she's like, it seems you're so fixated on her behavior, but not your own. She tells me she wants to be friends when I said we can't date then. Then I say I can't just be friends with you. And she's like, I thought you'd want me in your life. Yeah, but what, again, I understand. You've told me a lot about her. I have no clue about you. Right now, all I see, and here, I'm going to break this down, is that okay, let me get rid of this. Actually. Okay. Again, the question is not so okay. You're trying to figure out why she comes back and wants to lay on me and expects things from me but has no obligation to me. Again, that's not the question I'm asking you. What do you want? I don't know what you want. Do you want a relationship with her or not? It's a simple yes or no question. Okay, not in the past. I know you're saying I wanted a relationship with her, but she seems X, Y, Z, blah, 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 blah. That's not, again, not the question. Do you want a relationship with her? Would you want one in the future with her? Not about she doesn't seem like she doesn't know what she wants. Not whether or not she's seeing whether she's seeing her ex. No, in my work, none of those details fucking matter. I'm just asking you, do you want a relationship with her? Would you want to build one with her? Okay. You're saying I think so. So here's the thing. My job is to help clients reconcile. Despite affairs, despite divorce, despite anything. It literally does not matter what circumstances that they have. It doesn't matter if they're blocked. It doesn't matter if they have no contact. It doesn't matter if they moved out. In fact, in my own personal story, I was blocked, kicked out of state, no contact for months. So I can understand they're like, oh shit, can we sue you if it doesn't work out? No, because you're responsible for your own behavior. Which I make very clear to people. I'll say, take my stuff under advisement, and people will come to their own conclusions. So here's the thing. You're saying you would want a relationship with her. I'm not saying maybe right now as it is, but in the future, if things could be great, it sounds like you'd want that. I just want to establish that as the first thing. Is that correct? If there's a reality in which you and her could have a great relationship, maybe like when you used to at some point, would you want that? Any niche band artists I listen to? Can't think of it at the top of my head. Okay. Here's the thing. Right now, I'm just going to be very upfront. You're so focused on her behavior, you're ignoring your own. I'll just put it very simply. If she is not, if she's hot and cold towards you, then she doesn't see you as the one and only. Yeah, you're not like, I tell my clients, I'm like, well, you're like, are you actually irreplaceable to her? The answer is no. Again, I'm not first choice. It seems like she keeps coming back. So what is it? She gets something from you. I don't know what it is exactly. But again, whatever her reasoning is for not choosing you is irrelevant. Is not where your focus should be. You're focused on things externally, Code. We need to focus on things that are within your control, internal, all the time. Otherwise, your head's going to keep spinning. Guaranteed. Guaranteed over and over and over again. I can't tell. As a watcher, I can't tell this is a troll. It might be, but believe it or not, I've dealt with this at work. Why do you want to know the reasons for this? I don't think Code's a troll, though. But if I get evidence, obviously, that suggests that, then we'll go from there. But again, why do you want to know the cycle? What will it provide to you? What will knowing the reasons for these things help you do? I'm guessing for you to make a determination whether or not you want to pursue a relationship with her. Or find some way you can change the situation. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I'll just tell you facts. I don't know the exact reason she does what she does. Exactly. Yeah, I was right. I'm not sure, but I think it would help me decide if I want to continue with her or not. I'm just going to tell you very upfront, this is way too premature to even worry about that. I mean, this obviously isn't love right now. It's an unhealthy attachment. It's very unhealthy. It's very much enmeshment. It's very much enmeshment. Right. If you're focused on, oh, hey, let me judge her behavior first before, like, before anything else. I'm like, no. I don't focus on that shit at all between Cass and I. I'm like, no, am I doing what is right? Am I doing, again, for self-esteem, as I talked about earlier in the stream, am I doing what I'm proud of? Am I doing good things? Am I like focusing on myself and growing my own sense of self and self in general? Am I becoming better? Because here's the thing. Like, what I tell my clients is that my goal is to help you become so irreplaceable that your partner will choose you no matter what. Code, I don't know. But again, right now what you're having is a fixation on her. You're having a fixation on her. You can fixate on her all you like. Yeah, of course, you wish she'd choose you. you're gonna go and spin in circles. I feel like I'm just telling you right now, this is what I deal with my clients all the time. So it's up to you ultimately whether you want to hear what I have to say or if you want to keep doubling down on, hey, like, why is she doing this? Why is she doing that? Why is she doing this? Why is she doing that? No, and by the way, Fiendbuza, that advice doesn't help. That doesn't help. It'll help temporarily, sure, but it is not a long-term solution, at least in my experience. My experience coming from, hey, I was addicted to porn, and with working all sorts of clients who've tried that. But hey, if you feel that it works, feel free to keep pitching it, I guess. Right, so Code, I appreciate that you say, hey, I'm definitely fixated on the wrong things, but I can't help it. It feels like that, though. Do you know that for 100% certainty? Do you know that it's always going to be that way? Do you think, let me ask you, do you think I have felt helpless to my own mind before? Do you think I felt like, oh shit, I'm focused on everything? Like when I was going through a divorce. Yeah, 100%. So if you think I've been through something similar, where I just can't help but fixate on things that feel like they're fucking me over. Now let me tell you what did help. Right now for you, when I say, hey, focus on things internally, your brain right now, because it's just been programmed to do so for whatever reason, for various reasons, it's more weighted like this. This is just not there. But hold on, I want you to pause here. I understand all these things externally could have made things easier. But right now, I want to help. Right now, I want to steer you towards growing this voice, your own internal compass, and eventually shrinking this one. It's a process. It will take time. For me, it's much more in this distribution now. But it's a practice. Practice will make perfect over time. I don't know, Fiend. We'll find out. But Fiend, I'll tell you legit, but Fiend, one thing I will tell you is the reason I'm not inclined to think that is because I've dealt with this before at work. I've legit dealt with this. This is very common. This is like so common. Where I've legit heard someone saying, hey, I can't help it. I keep thinking like this. I don't know what to do. Like, I can't possibly think about things internally. Like, it's like I'm not built that way. So for chat, what I would encourage you to do, if you want to help Code, is to not focus, is also not to focus on the external right now. Obviously, you can decide, like, look, obviously you can just walk away anytime you want. Just to be clear. Obviously you can walk away anytime you want. And in my life, sometimes I will. But that's because I've grown my self-esteem a lot, enough to the point that I can recognize, okay, it's actually more appropriate for me to either invest in this or leave. I want to help Code no matter what. No matter whether it's this relationship or anything, is to make sure that their internal voice is so strong that they can make the best decisions for themselves. So that they can understand that, hey, here's what happens with my clients. In the rare cases where it turns out their partner is actually a genuine problem for them and not healthy for them, they will still win because they have built their self-esteem in relationships so high they're good with no matter who they choose. There's no anxious flip-flopping and stressing about what is she doing. Oh, it would be easier about this. They'd feel in control. So right, so if we pay attention to what Code is talking about, Code right now is just keep regurgitating of here's her behavior. Here's her behavior. Here's her behavior. She's a manipulator. She's this, she's that. Not once am I hearing, hey, Code, what about your shortcomings? What about you? What about your contribution to the destruction of this relationship? What are some things that you did that were problematic, that no matter what would make it worse? I'm not hearing that accountability. So to address your question, Fiendbusa, right now, I am not in the position of concluding the partner is wrong. Right now, I'm seeing, hey, with what I'm seeing from Code, I'm like, hey, no matter what, this shit needs to be dealt with. Because if we're not even focused on taking accountability as a default, if that's not the first go-to, then I'm already inclined. Right, so that's the thing. Code is saying, hey, I'm pointing the finger at her. You keep saying, oh, you need to change your behavior. You need to hold yourself accountable on what you do to me. Instead of the default being, what the fuck did I do to cause this? Maybe there's something I need to change about myself that's causing this. Did I hurt her? Did I mess her up? Is there something I need to improve about the way that I do things? Maybe, I don't know. But I'm going to investigate that because I sure as shit want to make sure that what I'm doing is good. So again, if you take a look at what House Code is saying it's very similar to how my clients say it. Which is very much, it's like, I did this behavior because of her. I'm like, you made a choice based on how you were feeling. You felt hurt, so you chose not to go. And now you're outsourcing the responsibility of your behavior onto her. If that's the case, since you're saying, like, let me just ask you, so Code, pause here. Don't type anything out. Yeah, I bet, Fiend. So, again, we are focusing on, oh, if I did this thing, how would it affect this outcome? If I did this thing, how would I affect this outcome? Again, you're focused on the external. I want you to not type anything else for some time and just listen. You can give me all the context you want about her behavior. And I will tell you, it won't change a damn thing for me. Not at all. So, the thing is, what I see you having difficulty with is you have a tendency so far, I'm just being very upfront with you. You're playing the victim card a lot. A lot. Hey, this is hard for you, and what if I don't get a chance? You're fixated on things way too externally. Now I'm going to try to help you to focus on things internally. So I want you to think about the type of person you want to be. I don't care what type of person this is. I don't care if she's a master manipulator. I don't care if she's cheating on you or lying to you, whatever. And here's the thing to consider. If this woman thought you were the person she could feel totally safe with, if you were the person she thought, hey, this is the guy I can trust. This is a guy who has my back. This is a guy who thinks highly of me. This is a person who looks out for my general welfare and wants me to be happy, healthy, and thriving no matter what, even if I'm with him or without him. Doesn't matter. This is somebody who will help me become the best version of myself. This is someone who will understand me no matter what. So now, question for you, Code, that you can answer. Do you think she'd flip-flop as much? Okay. So she said that before I treat her better than any guy she's been with, and that she appreciates me a lot. Ah, here we go. I think she'll flip-flop regardless because that's who she is. So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. You're telling me... Here's what I see you doing right now. You're telling me, hey, you are so fundamentally fucked up that even if I was the person in the entire world who made you feel happiest, who gave you the best possible life, that nurtured your soul, you'd still flip-flop. Because that's who you are, and that's who you're going to be. You're so fundamentally fucked up. I could give you a dream life, and you'll still choose shitty things. If she were to hear that, do you think she'd fall in love with you? Not answering the question. Is saying, hey, you are fundamentally fucked up as a person, that even if I gave you a dream life, you still wouldn't choose me. Is that going to make her fall in love with you? Yes or no question. Not any of these side things of, oh, well, I'm going to sidestep the question. And yeah, I've seen her do it before. No. Right now, I'm glad you said no, and I appreciate that. I want you to recognize how you blaming her character is literally going against your goal of wanting to be in a relationship with her. Fiend, unfortunately, I'm inclined to believe it because I deal with this at work. Right now, you thinking, oh, that's who she is. Yeah, Fiend, it's okay. It's fine. I'll be fine. I think Fiend is in disbelief. It's Code, just ignore what he's saying for the time being. Think about it. You think, like, if you really believe she's this fundamentally fucked up, as Nemesis is saying, then obviously she's not good for you, and you're not good for her. It's okay, Fiend. The thing, I understand the protection you're trying to give. Appreciate it. So think about that. Your tendency right now, I can fix, can't fix other people, we can fix ourselves. Right now, you're blaming her as an individual, saying she's fundamentally fucked up. And this is going against your own stated desire of, oh yeah, I want a relationship with her. That is something you have to face. Tell me how that affects you seeing this. If it even does. Do you see how blaming her character... So, Code, he was asking a rhetorical question. So here's the thing. Think about again how blaming her character goes against your stated wish of her potentially even falling in love with you. Think about how it literally is self-sabotage. Tell me if you feel that. I want you to sit with the feeling that you get with it. I anticipate it should be like, this feels kind of fucked up. Right, Nemesis. You meant it from questioning the core belief. Right. If you think someone's this fucked up, then why bother having the relationship? Right. I understand where you were coming from. I think Code right now is stuck on a just like almost an adrenaline response. So what do? Just wait for her to message me to ghost me? Fiend, this is common in my work. Very common. Again, he's focused on, okay, so what do? He's not focused on the bigger lesson. Nemesis is hilarious. Here's the thing. What do you do? It's not, I'm just going to tell you, you in this space, if your tendency is to blame her character now. All right, so Fiend, I understand you might think it's a troll. Let me deal with it, all right? Let me deal with this. This is very common in my work. I understand the disbelief. But again, I've had stories, Fiend, where legit people have done really crazy, outlandish shit. So there's that. So again, right now you're focused on, well, how do I reach out to her? What about her behavior again? But dude, let's just sit with the fact that right now, for this person that you want to fall in love with you, and right now, instead of just sitting with the fact that in this moment, you said, well, you didn't say this exactly, but you effectively communicated, she is fundamentally fucked up. Think about if I said to Cass, hey Cass, you are fundamentally fucked up as a human being. Think that's gonna go well? No. But right now what I'm noticing is, again, and this is me trying to coach you. Instead of just sitting with this, oh shit, I did something that's kind of fucked up. You're bringing up other things, such as, well, I didn't do it in the past. And here's the reason why I was justified. You're putting things externally again. And before working on yourself, I'm trying to right now steer you towards, hey, before even thinking about contacting her, you need to change, my guy. You're blaming her character. So what do you do to fix things? Right here. You have a tendency to blame character. Instead of thinking about that, you need to work on yourself to understand, hey, maybe this has nothing to do with their character. Maybe what's going on is some shit and context and circumstances of some stuff. I need to, if anything, stamp this shit out. Because me blaming the love of my life and telling her she's fucked up is just a super fucked up thing to do. You've said it yourself. You have no clue why she's doing what she's doing. So internally in your mind, try to understand. But if you jump to the conclusion of, she just fucked up as a person, then you said it yourself. She's not going to fall in love with you. You're literally self-sabotage. Now, to me, it's not a mystery why she flip-flops with you now. Because I can already see, sure, there's probably some parts of you which are really nice. But then, damn, you blame her as a person? No wonder she's gonna fucking run away. Gosh, if Cass were to, not that she's ever said this about me, but I've actually had this happen from other people. People tell me I was fundamentally fucked up. What if I were to tell you, Code, hey, you know how you're saying all this stuff externally, internally, or whatever? Dude, Code, you're just fucked up. Runs away just to come back, though? As opposed to, again, you're diverting from here. It's a good question. If you're that fucked, why would she come back? Maybe there's something appealing to her, but again, we're focused on, hey, judging ourselves based on external stuff. Again, I'm encouraging you to focus on yourself. Do you think blaming your partner's character is good foundation for a healthy relationship? Yes or no question. Does that make you proud? Do you feel do you feel like a great person when you blame her character and say she's fundamentally fucked up? Is that something you want to pass on to future generations? 100% not. Right. So whatever she's doing, whatever she's thinking is fucking point. It doesn't matter. You gotta work on this shit. 100%. Right. No matter how much, Sophine, here's what I'll say. No matter what conversations they'll have, they're not going to go well and this is just one thing I'm spotting, if Code's tendency is to blame her as a person. Guaranteed. It will never go well. They can just spin and talk in circles and feel shitty afterwards, guaranteed. It will never get better. No matter what, Code. I think before, oh, this is her behavior, this is that her behavior, none of that. It's very clear to me that doesn't matter. When you're saying, hey, I want to reconcile with her, you having this in your system is going to just completely fuck you over. Every time. So, Fiend, just pause. I'm just going to ask you to pause. Right now, Fiend, I know you're trying to help. Let me do this. Remember, Fiend, if you're going to make comments, make them constructive. I'm going to time you out, Fiend. Nemesis, stop. All right, I'm going to time people out. This is not being productive. All right. I just want you to stop, all right? If you're getting heated about this, personally heating about this, remember, I'm here to help Code. Code is dealing with a struggle. I am trying to coach Code. Okay. I want y'all to just stop. Right. I believe you, Code. I can see you're trying to understand and it's a challenge. Okay? I want you guys in chat to just let me do my job. We are here. Remember, the purpose of here is to help people, not to put people down, not to judge and shame people. So just to be clear, I've been where Code's at, okay? You bet I blame Cass's character. I've said, man, she's being way too harsh. She's being a little crazy. She can be a little overdramatic. I agree. Fiend was doing a lot of judging too. So, Code, I've been there, okay? This is a very common thing, and I appreciate you disregarding that. So, just remember, we're here to help one another. I want Code to succeed, okay? I want Code, ideally, to have a very, very happy life with his partner that he's currently having a lot of struggles with, to say the least. Right now, what I'm trying to help Code do is to shift the focus from external to internal. Naturally, he's going to fight back. Because guess what? He's programmed currently to think about things externally. So what am I doing? Is I'm trying to get him to question things so he can slowly build that internal voice of his own. And yes, those voices externally are going to be super fucking strong. And they are going to cloud his mind. And it is going to seem like Code's crazy. I'm pretty sure Code doesn't like it, but he can't help it. So what I'm trying to do is to say, hey man, hey brother, I've been there. I know what it's like. I know what it's like to have my head feel completely fucked over. I know what it's like to just constantly feel on edge and to feel attacked and to do nothing right and have no fucking clue what's happening and not understand why and to feel lost and confused. And I will tell you, it fucking sucks to not be able to make sense out of anything. And I also know, and I imagine, Code, that's what you relate to. That's what it sometimes feels like to be you in your current position. I imagine you're trying to do good things, but you have no clue what to do. You want to make things better, don't know how. Let me know if I'm right or wrong. I might be wrong, in all honesty. Because I'm not you. I don't know you. I know you based off on text. What I can speak to is experiences I've had. Maybe there's something for you to relate to there. And because I've been in that spot that I've talked about, I don't want people to struggle like that anymore. Because it was unnecessary for me. What I try to give to people is what helped me free myself. And not only led me to a life that I'm much happier with, but helped me become the person that felt like I could deserve the good things I really wanted. And I'll tell you, life is so much easier. Right, your brain may not be wired to think in a different way now. But Code, let me know, does my personal story stuff resonate with you at all? Even a small way. I just want to make sure at least I'm understanding you as best as I can over text. Because of course, if I'm not understanding your position, my coaching ain't gonna do shit. I need to know if I'm on the same page as you. Okay, a little bit. So, because we've both been through the same thing essentially, right? Obviously, my life is not 100% as yours, but as long as we can relate, that gives me enough to go off of. So here's the thing. I'll give you something very practical about how to change this mindset. Right now, I think that impulse of you to try to understand why she does what she does is in the right direction. And I want you to focus on that. I want you to, so of course we want to understand why she does what she does, but we don't have her to talk to. You're obviously blocked. Fiend, this is very common in my work. So we'll get to that, Code, in a moment. Because I understand that concern as well. I want you... Yes, Fiend, this is very common in my work. Nothing Code is telling me is surprising to me. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Even his question, what if I change my mindset and I still don't get the outcome? I'm like, yes, that's 100% what I deal with at work. It's like all the time. All the time. So, Fiend, I would request, once again, let me work with Code. So here's the... what was I saying? When it comes to context and circumstances, of course, you've asked some questions about like, hey, why does she do what she do? That's a good question. One thing I would encourage you to change is in this situation, is to put yourself in their shoes. All right, this is arguably the biggest thing. So, Code, what I would encourage you to do, whenever you feel that instinct to be like, man, she's so fucked up, she does crazy shit. So hold on, Code. There's multiple parts to this. I understand you might want to jump the gun, but just slow down a little bit. Whenever you feel that you want to blame her character for who she is, I want you to first focus on really understanding what would it take for you to do the same thing. What would it take for you to think, to really do as she does, feel as she does, act like she does? And do not settle until you can find that answer. Either she has a valid reason, which may not make sense at first, which will seem crazy at first, or there's some permutation of context of behaviors, of stories, or something that she's experiencing which is leading her to do what she does. Who knows what it is? But I encourage you to focus on that. Because you know what sucks? I'll tell you, okay? When I used to blame Cass's character, one, I was hurting her by doing that. But second, I missed out on this. And when I realized what she was actually facing, dude, I wanted to cry. And I was like, oh my fucking God. I was so wrong. I understand now why she did what she did. I may not have liked it, but that's so secondary. There's a bigger problem, bro. So Code, again, you need to be the... What would it take for you to do this? Yeah, Cass is the one who divorced me, yes. Which I'm living with her now. No. I'm talking about Cass. Cass is my ex-wife. Her and I are roommates. We hang out. It's fun. It's a good time. She kicked me out and now I moved back in. But we're just roommates, just to be clear. Good friends. Best friends, actually. But, yeah. It's a fun time. I'm very happy. Well, what would it take for you, Code? I want you to really just slow down, think about it, and feel what it would be like for you to make the same choices she is. To say the same things that she does. What would it take for you? And I'm sure your brain will come up with, well, I wouldn't do that. Based on your current situation, for you, sure. But I want you to keep trying to imagine, what would it take for you to do and think and feel as her? And you keep going until you can say, yeah, I think I get why. So what would it take for you to ghost people the way she does? That's what you need to practice. Okay, so sure. Ghosting and ignoring people. Do you think she likes to do that? Is she like, oh yes, you know what I get to do today? I get to ghost and ignore Code, and I'm so fucking thrilled about it. I can't wait for that. I can't wait to piss him off. This is what I've always dreamed of. Okay, so again, if you think that way, then aren't we kind of going back to saying, well, she's kind of messed up? What would it take for you to ghost somebody? You may not do it right now, but what would it take for you to ghost somebody? And until you can say, yeah, this is why I would genuinely ghost somebody, I would wait to blame character. In my line of work, the tendency for people to blame character is just so inflated. I think in all the countable, in like the 5,000 plus cases in which I've either participated in or observed, I think I've seen 2 or 3 cases. Now, the amount of people saying, hey, she's so messed up. Everybody. It is literally the common thing. I understand, Code. You may not do that because that's just you right now. Which is why I'm specifically asking you, what would it take for you to ghost somebody? To not give an explanation or closure. To not do anything of that. What would it take for you to do that? And do not settle until you can be like, shit, this is actually why I'd do it. Because I'll tell you, I now know why people do. And my heart goes out to them. I can say, yeah, I could probably, here's the thing. I could probably talk to her, and this is not me trying to make you feel bad or anything. This is, if anything, me trying to let you know that it's possible. I have enough experience in my line of work so that I could probably talk to her and be like, oh, this is, and I could understand why she does what she does. Okay, I'm glad you're going the direction. If someone lied to me or ignored me purposely, other than that, I don't think I'd ghost someone because I know how it feels. What would it take for you to, so keep going. Again, you're still not at the place where you're doing exactly the same as she would. I do not want her number. But the thing is, I want you to keep pushing your brain to be like, well, sure, I know I wouldn't do it yet, so I don't get why she's doing what she does. Be like, okay, there's something that I'm missing here. There is more context and circumstances stuff that I need. I need more of this. You need more of that. You need to be like, again, we need to go deeper here. So what I want you to practice is to just really try to empathize with her. Because if you blame character, as you've said, as we've talked, not as you've said, as we've talked about, it is going against her falling in love with you. Code, yeah, 100%. I think if it came down to specific circumstances, you would 100% would ghost somebody. What? Yeah, 100%. 100%. I told her she's not a good person. Focus less on her telling you to kill yourself, which obviously is terrible. And instead of trying to have an even match score, just think about, hey, you tell the supposed person you want to fall in love with you, you're not a good person. Is that going to make them fall in love with you? I do not give care in the slightest what she does right now. I am right now seeing, hey, you've told the person you claim that you want to be with, you're not a good person. Is that going to get her, like, aroused for you? She going to want to jump into bed with you and be like, oh man, I want to be loyal to this guy. He thinks I'm not a good person. Such a turn on. If you ever have kids with her, if she were to have kids, you think she want to tell her kids, you know, the reason I'm with Code is because he thinks I'm not a good person. Right. Probably not. I would argue no. Every time you get a, instead of focusing on what she's doing, I want you to focus on what you're doing. Right now, you focus on what you do and the way you think and how you show up. It's going to take a while, by the way, to change. I'm going to tell you that. This is not me talking to you in over 1 hour is not going to make dramatic change. It can help you change, like in terms of you becoming a totally different person. I can't control that. I can say go in this direction, and then it's up to you to decide if you want to go in that direction. Here's what I will say. She is hoping, absolutely. She's hoping you're different. She wants you to be different. But it hasn't been different for her, so she leaves. Again, you are, every time you say, here's the thing you keep doing, and we're gonna, like, we've sidetracked from this. You are focused on her. I'm telling you, forget that. Forget what she does. And you'll say, oh, does that mean to accept what she's doing? I didn't say that. I'm just saying, let's not focus on her at all. Focus on you. So what I want you to practice is, when you write out, here's one thing I want you to try. When you inevitably write out the sentence, and I'm guessing you'll write out, hey, there's problems with her, but she doesn't do it for me as well, or something. When you write that out, cut out all the things that have anything to do with what she's doing. So you just say, she has things wrong with her. Or you can say, hey, like whatever toxic behavior you're ascribing to her, leave that aside. Focus on yours. Focus. Also, I think by the way, I'm just going to say this. I think the idea of, oh, I need my partner to accept me the way that I am is, I'll be very upfront, is nice in theory, but can lead to a lot of shitty consequences. Think about it. Oh, if you can't love me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. Sounds great in theory. But what if, like... So should I not accept her the way she is and has been? Again, we're focused on her. So basically you're saying that means that it's bad? Let me ask you. And I'm not... In chat, you can take a look at how this is going. You tell me, is saying your partner is a good person or not a good person, is blaming your partner's character and saying she's fundamentally fucked up, what type of person does that make you? Does that make you a good person or a bad person, you think? And by the way, did I say you were a bad person? No. Where did I say that? If I did say it, let me know, because that's obviously something I never want to communicate. I don't want to blame your character, and if I'm doing that at all, that's bad. Right, I never said you were a bad person. If you're feeling that I said it, which... Yeah, I agree. Yeah, blaming someone else is bad. Yeah. Blaming character, bad fucking idea. Absolutely. Just to be clear, when I call things out, I don't call out individual, like, personally. I will usually focus on, like, behavior, because I very much, I'm like, dude, doing bad behavior is a bad idea. Like, unless you think it's a good idea to blame her character, and you've already said it's not going to make her fall in love with you. Like, if you really think that's a good idea, go ahead, I guess. But, up to you. So, I'm guessing, though, Code, when you were saying, hey, you're basically saying me saying that is bad. Oh, wait, did I misread it? Oh, I think I think I misread it. I'm so sorry. Basically, you're saying Yeah, I misread that. I am so sorry. Because you're basically saying me saying that is bad. Yeah, okay, that's my fault. I'm sorry. I think if the blaming character was a main factor, I'm not saying it's a main factor, it's one factor. That's one example. Your fixation is on what she's doing in general, your overall external fixation on her and not focusing on your part is the arguably one of the biggest problems. So, Wizard, even with her just using you, I would say try to understand why. Without saying, oh, she's a personally defective. I'm like, well, what leads her to that? Could be something I'm like, what would lead me to quote unquote use somebody? Right away, when I think about it, I'm like, bro, for me to be even in a space of having to use somebody and flip flop back and forth means I feel mentally fucked. And I am in some deep pain and deep hurt, and I am desperate. I need something, and I got nothing. And I'm like, just getting by. I'm not happy. I am miserable. I don't like what I'm doing. I know it's bad, but I feel fucked up. I've been told I'm not a good person, and I just wish someone would understand me. I think her self-esteem is so low. And I think she feels really broken. And yeah, I feel bad for her. Because I imagine she's in some intense pain. Because why else would I choose something like that? Why else would I, if I just want to be, like, for me, I just want to be happy. I don't want to deal with this shit. I want to be at peace. I want an easy life, a comfortable life. But everyone tells me I'm garbage. So maybe I am garbage. So I guess I'll do garbage things. Because I'm a terrible person. And I've always been this way. And I'm really fucked up. And I don't know what to do. For me, I'm empathizing with her. And my brain goes towards, bro, there's bigger fish to fry than relationship status right now. If I've caused this human being that type of pain to break her that much, I gotta fix me. No matter what it is. Comes back, doesn't come back, talks to me, doesn't talk to me, doesn't matter. I need to focus on me. If I don't, then I will be crushing somebody that I claim to love. And that is not something I can live with. So I'm going to fix me first and change because it's what I believe in. So it doesn't matter if she contacts me tomorrow, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, months, 6 months, 2 years. My hope is that I will have grown so much that I can do what's right by her. I do not need her to trust me because honestly, considering how much I broke her, doesn't matter. How do you know if you... I don't know. But I don't know. I don't know 100% certain. But again, that's what it would take for me. That is my best attempt at empathizing with her. Where I'd be like, oh shit, like, I probably don't even feel alive. I'm not at peace. I'm not happy. I'm not feeling alive. Again, Code. Do you see my point? I am searching for reasons to validate her experience and to be understanding towards her, the person who gets her. You don't know, Code, do you? Do you have 100% certainty? Could she be bubbly on the outside but miserable on the inside? You ever felt like that? Okay. Do you think she's happy going through a breakup? Right, you don't know. I don't know. You've seen her be this way, but do you know for sure? Is it possible perhaps she's just putting on a front? I mean, shit, if I flip-flopped, I don't know if you're right or wrong. I don't know her. I don't know the exact details of your situation. That's not my point. My point isn't to try to give you the exact right answer to exactly what she does, why she's doing what she's doing. I'm trying to help you understand your own value system and for you to behave the way that you probably ought to based on your own value system. Again, Coda, I don't know. But that's not my point. My point is I am right now focused on, let me try to understand her first. That's what's in my control. Someone's doing behavior that doesn't make sense to me. Let me try to understand why. What is going on with her? How, like, and coming from a place of empathy rather than judgment. It's not about me agreeing to what she's doing. Obviously, I wouldn't like it. And I wouldn't be comfortable jumping in a relationship until, like, obviously, like, a bunch of other things are established. So what are your issues? It boils down to the simple thing. Right now, you have a strong external locus or of control. What you do is determined by what she does. And your voice for the external stuff is really strong. Right now, before even thinking about contacting her, we need to grow this voice over time. You know, the stereotypical work on yourself, that's what you need to do. Yes, they can be fixed or changed, 100%. It's what I do for my work all the time. 100%. My previous job, that's all I did. We coach clients to scale. Your problems are very common. When I really think about the core, like maybe not the exact specific details, but the big picture stuff, all the same. All of them are the same. I'm like, yep, client is focused externally entirely for everything, outsourcing their sense of accountability, responsibility onto others while they're doing toxic things. That needs to change right away. They need to focus on building their own internal self and their own values and practicing that. Right. She can flip-flop, whatever. Yeah. Right now it'll feel that way for you. For me, if Cass, like, I understand that's what it feels like right now. I'm trying to say, right, because it does fuck with your brain and how you think, I'm saying we need to build you up in your self-esteem and relationships so that it's a non-issue. So that it's like, oh, okay, it's irrelevant. But right now, we need to focus on you developing this. When was it you realized you want to be a relationship coach and why? Not sure if it's called a coach, my bad. No, it's cool. I call myself a relationship coach. It's at least more honest. Ironically, it's because I was a client of a relationship coaching program. And then I actually have always wanted to be, not always, but I've wanted to be a therapist for a long time. So the thing is, me being a coach and assisting people with their mental health and being able to be healthier individuals and give them hope it very much overlaps into the relationship coaching space with self-esteem. So I realized it pretty early. I'm like, yeah, I want to try that. So then I worked for a company for about a year. Once my contract ended, I've been doing more solo things since then. So, Code, you say I'm very honest and forward and hold people accountable for their actions. Do you do that to yourself? What about you? Do you take accountability for your actions? Is that your default? And not say, hey, I did something wrong, but you did something wrong too. Versus just, I did something wrong. And I fucked up. And I will make the changes I need to change. Okay? How much have you been doing that on the time that I've been coaching you here? Would you say you have been doing it to the standard that you're claiming? So I'll wait for the response to your question. By the way, I have to go in like 10 minutes. But again, the question being is this level of accountability you're claiming that you practice, have you been doing that with me the entire time? I'll ask again. The question is, you're saying, hey, like if I fuck up, I apologize for whatever it may have been I do. And as in, you're just focusing on your own accountability, your own part, not even focusing on the other person's behavior. One, you say you do, you're saying you're doing that. You said I do, if I'm not mistaken. And second, have you been doing that in this time I've been coaching you? Most of the stream versus all the entire stream. Have you been focused on just yourself and your behaviors the entire time and largely ignoring this the entire time on the stream? No, that'd be a lie. I'm glad you can admit that. Right, and I appreciate, okay, so one thing for anybody seeing this, Code's transparency about whatever shortcomings that he might have, it's good. It's a good thing. Right. So Code, when it comes to, I'll just say this, in my experience, good, I'm glad you're being very honest. Keep that. Keep that honesty. That honesty is important. I will tell you, one of the worst things that my clients do is when they're just stuck in denial. And then they like try to gaslight me. It felt like a trick question, by the way. It might feel like that, the way I worded it. But let me ask you. I understand that. I understand you feel like I'm trapping you. But let me ask you, with whatever this trap is, that it feels like a trap, is there something inherently wrong with me trying to get you to see whether or not your default is to take accountability for yourself at all times? Is there anything wrong with that? If so, tell me. My default seems to be deflecting. I'm glad. Look, this is great. So, Code, I am glad you are starting to notice more and more things that about yourself. This is good shit to me. I'm like, yes, You're detecting this shit. Because the first step to being able to make change in ourselves is to start recognizing the problems that we have in ourselves. I unfortunately won't be like, I only have like 5 minutes, so I can't go, but I didn't, thank you. And I'm glad that it's working. You are making progress. You felt that resistance in your head. But let me tell you, when you're aware of it, that is the first step. Dead serious. Like yesterday, I don't think you were on stream, but for Neo, I remember when I was, so I'll bring this back because unfortunately I have to wrap it up. By the way, you recognizing, oh shit, I'm deflecting from this. Oh shit, I'm doing this is a great start. And you recognize, I can't help but do it. That awareness is a good thing, is a start. Once you're aware of, oh shit, I have a problem that doesn't seem to be helping me. I know what I'm doing, I can't help but stop it. That's when you want to keep trying to figure out, hey, how can I stop it? What can I do differently? What could I learn to overcome this? I don't know what the answer is yet, but I'm gonna fucking figure it out because, like, it's a bad idea. And then you keep working to try to figure it out, you will eventually succeed. But yes, the progress is the important part. Little steps. So this is something I would say, right, there was a time when she came back for a week. I didn't blame her for anything or say anything about her character, and she was very happy, so it can be helped. Yes. Now, my goal for you, here's the thing. So I unfortunately have to wrap things up, so I'm gonna kind of zoom out. Obviously, there are things in life that unfortunately have nothing to do with us. That's true. But as you noticed, you just focusing on, hey, I'm just working on myself and taking accountability is a big thing. And now here's the thing. She asked the question, how long will it last? Obviously, because she doesn't trust it. But if your default is to have this, be like, hey, I'm just going to focus on my contributions to this stuff. You focus on your stuff and make that just a part of who you are. So just keep focusing on taking accountability. Yes, Chicken Burrito. This was in the previous Q&A. Code had this, and I tried to talk about a couple of things, and then Code responded in comments. But if you so the thing is, whatever changes I'm trying to encourage you to make, Code, I'm trying to encourage you to make it a part of your life. So if you can do that, you could already see, hey, in those moments when I was this way, things obviously were better. My goal is to get it so that for you and to help you be on the pathway so that you'll be all good to go. Here's the thing. I still sometimes have the tendency to, like, blame other people for shit I do. Like, sometimes. But that's just human nature. It's an easy thing to do that. Be like, well, it's not my fault. It's really theirs. But for me, since, of course, I've been coaching for a while, and I teach, like, I have to be good at what I have to practice what I preach. But, like, for me, for example, if there's even the stray thought, or even someone saying, oh, like, Cass did these terrible things to you, I'm like, yeah, sure she did, but, like, who cares? It doesn't really matter because I was emotionally abusive, so whatever. I'm not remote. I'm like, oh no, she doesn't trust me. So Code, focus less on her behavior. I want you to focus less on her behavior. Yes, you're going to feel used. I get it, okay? Right now, focus on you showing up as a better person. All right, and let me tell you what happens. Okay, it's a very easy. This is why, like, focusing on your internal locus of control. Maybe not in the short term it'll change anything, but in the long term, it's like such a piece of cake. It's like not complicated. So, Code, in my experience, Our partners can say stuff which we can misunderstand. Your assumption, for example, is, oh, when she says, oh, I liked it when you didn't expect anything from me. And your instant interpretation was, oh, she wants to use me. Because you're trying to protect yourself. The way I see it is just like, okay, she likes freedom. Okay, she likes her freedom. And I'll just tell you up front, she can do whatever the fuck she wants with her life. If she wants to be with other people, go ahead. Now, for me, with my own relationship stuff, I'm like, well, if you want to be with somebody else, go ahead. I just, like, I don't really want to participate with that. Like, I'll still be kind to you. I'll still be caring to you. But, like, you know, for me to have a relationship with you, I kind of want someone to be loyal to me. Not judging you or anything, but that's really important to me. I'll be supportive of you. And you go be in the relationship that makes you super happy. Like, I want you to be happy no matter what. So code, again, focus less on her. Do not focus on her. You're gonna lose your mind the more you focus on your behavior. Think about what you did that could have made things worse. Look in this direction. Where did you come up short? So you said, hey, my default seems to be deflecting. I seem to be focusing more on her. Okay, well, then you need to focus on you. And I'll tell you what happens. I understand the concern, like, oh, well, what if I change a lot? Won't she? She won't. She'll keep doing the same things over and over again. Oh, no. All right. Here's what I do. Improve me. You know what happens? For a long period of time, it inspires others. Think about how I've been working with you on this call. I'm trying to learn and trying to understand you to try to help you out. And you're like, whoa, you're seeing something that I haven't. And how'd you put it? You're definitely onto something, but I didn't see it for a very long time. Yeah. I try to grow and change because that's all I have in my control. And I try to do a damn good job. And if I'm doing a bad job, I try to understand how I could do a better job. And I keep doing that. And then people get inspired. And then what happens is, guess what? That inspires me, which helps me inspire others, which inspires me. And then I keep going. So code, it's a part of you for now, but can it change? I know. So here's the thing. Here's what you can do. If you're having difficulty catching it, then let's put in a protocol to catch it. Here's what you can do. Try this for like a week. Jot down somewhere. Every time you have one of these thoughts that makes you feel that it comes out as toxic. So do you think me being this way is making her actions not align or be in sync at all? I certainly think at the very least, your actions not being the way that you believe will actually help things be better is a significant factor. Significant factor. I mean, think about it. If like for me, if I were to basically say Cass is a bad person, is that really going to help make things better between us? Worry again less about her actions and her words than about you. I would actually interject on Wizard's statements. I would just, before concluding anything about her, I would even say, your goal right now is to just fix your shits. Here's the thing. With Wizard saying, hey, you want to try to stop the flip-flopping, I personally don't think Code's in the position to do that. In fact, I would actually say, hey, whatever her name is, and put this out there in case you read this. I just wanted to say that for some time, I'm going to be just, you won't hear from me as much because I realize I need to work on myself. And when I say this, I'm not saying this to play any manipulative games with you or anything of the sort. It's because honestly, I've been doing a lot of thinking about like, I mean, the whole me working on myself is honestly just coming from a place of I do really fucked up and think really fucked up things about you. I realize I have a tendency to blame character. I realize I blame you. I blame you for my own shitty behaviors. I don't listen to you. I don't really try to understand her that at all. You know, and when I really think about how it'd make you feel for me to have done that, I think it makes a bit more sense. I mean, it probably makes you feel like shit. And yeah, I mean, me making you feel like shit is not exactly a good way to have any sort of relationship with you. I understand why you don't want to deal with me. So I am going to just be working on myself so I can be better and show up as a better human being. And you do whatever you feel like in the meantime. So yeah, I just wanted to give you a little heads up about why I won't be saying anything for some time. That's a general message of what I would tell her, and then I would go to work fixing my shit. I'd go to like therapy or something, or what I did was I got coaching. I think what Chicken Burrito is saying overall, there might be a few things I want to qualify, but overall the spirit of improve yourself so much. Code. I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about you. I'm talking to you what you can do. Yeah, no shit. Look, I'm gonna be upfront now. Dropping the coach act a little bit. Yeah, no shit it didn't help. You blame her character. I'm sure, yeah, look, if someone thinks I'm shit, I'm not gonna be with them. No amount of therapy is gonna want me to be with them. Period. Like, oh, okay, this person I want to be partners with thinks I'm a terrible person. Yeah, fuck that. Like, no way. No way. Right, Code. Instead of waiting around for her to change, you change. Okay, sure. Code. Again, we're backtracking here, my guy. I don't really pay attention to what Cass is doing nearly as much as what Chicken Burrito is talking about, which is I work on me. And I trust she'll work on her. If she wants to. She doesn't want to, that's her life. Who cares? Like, Wizard, I'll even interject here. Whatever her actions were are immaterial. We're getting sidetracked. We're focused on her behavior, not yours. And if we keep focusing on her behavior, go ahead, spin around for it for another 3 fucking years. Good luck. You will make, I mean, you can. Oh, well, she'll come back to me anyway. I don't have to do anything. I don't know. Maybe that's just how she is. So we're back to blaming her as a person. You're not thinking about what you could do to make it better. Is there any downside to working on yourself as a human being and improving whatever shortcomings we might have? Is there any downside to that? Okay. Again, your head, I understand when you didn't have to deal with her, your head wasn't spinning, but I'm going to mention what you said. You're deflecting from what I'm talking about now. Are you not? Hey, well, my head wasn't spinning back 3 years ago when we didn't talk. I'm like, that's not the point I'm talking about now. I'm talking about her. And do you want to hear what I have to say? This is my question. If you do, then I'm gonna need you to like Focus on what I'm saying. I'm trying to give you the stuff that helped me, that's helped my clients. Right. I understand. Which is why I said, like, you can have that message ready. But the message isn't the point. The message is just a starting point towards, like, you actually changing. She doesn't even really need the message. It's just, really. You're focused on whether you're blocked or not. Those details are secondary compared to you working on yourself. I still work on myself to this day. Why? Because I want to be better. So no matter what, your focus needs to be on your own accountability. So anytime you have a stray thought, what I would recommend for you for a week, and I gotta go. Yeah, I've already been 10 minutes over. So I have to get going. What I would say for you is for you to recognize. Here, I'll put it up on stream, okay? So anytime you find yourself thinking toxic thoughts, log them down. By the way, all right, jot down whatever toxic thoughts that you have, especially the ones focused on blaming her, all right, or whatever. Anything that really gets things outside your control, all right? Because you clearly got a lot. This, by the way, whatever I'm sharing right now, this isn't like anything new. This is what cognitive behavioral therapists do. They're trying to get your... this is cognitive behavioral therapy somewhat. And cognitive behavioral therapists will do a much better job than me. All right. Whatever cognition you're having right now is obviously leading you to do things that go against your desired goal of, hey, I want her to fall in love with me and be loyal to me. I want to be with her. Blaming her character, attacking her, putting the focus on her while ignoring your own accountability. None of that's going to help. All right, you can investigate the cognition, the feelings that come with that. All right. And I want you to recognize consequences of doing so. All right? Really want you to recognize those consequences. And you've said, hey, she won't fall in love with me. I'm like, yeah, no shit. Instead, what you ought, and then you need to figure out, like, according to my value system, what should I be doing? And then you can think about, how will follow my values help in the long term? So as Chicken Burrito mentioned, yo, if you're gonna deflect and to be defensive all the time, then yeah, what does it do? As Code just mentioned, well, guess what? You literally make up reasons, you push her away. And then she'll ghost you, and you'll be like, oh well, here's some other reasons why she ghosted me. But like, bro, what should I do instead? Well, I shouldn't be defensive and deflective. I should take accountability. What will me being an accountable person help? Well, I don't really know. But me being someone who's accountable shows that I want to do the right thing no matter what. I think that me doing the right thing no matter what, even if she doesn't believe it today, in the long term, I know I'll become somebody who's a stand-up guy. Someone that people can trust. Code. I'm giving you what will help you. You're focus on this. I'm literally giving you extra time, bro. 15 minutes. I'm trying to help. You're focused on analyzing situations you just clearly don't have, like, I'm just gonna say it very upfront. You're not equipped to deal with yet. It being a punishment or not, does that change you needing to deal with your shit? Does it change your tendency, your need to deal with your deflectiveness and your defensiveness? Whether or not, sure, it's a punishment. Sure, or it's not a punishment. Does the answer to that fucking change anything? If you may notice, Chicken Burrito is saying a lot of things I think you could learn from. Your fixation on trying to repair the relationship and like salvage things with her is not going to go well if you haven't changed. I mean, think about this. Like, if you get fired from a job, right? And they kind of hire you on, hiring you back off. Things fuck up, you fuck up at work, and then they like leave you alone. Do you like not like, don't you need to do a better job first? Before you even think about, will they hire me? Will they not hire me again? I don't know when they're gonna hire me. I'm like, bro, I think you need to improve your work ethic first. So Code, right now, if you're saying, hey, you're a person who wants to be forward and honest and hold people accountable, start with yourself first. Just focus on that. Like, you can contact her if you really want, but the biggest mistake that I see my clients make is rushing, trying to contact their partners before they even change. If they don't change, their partners can smell it. Your partners will easily be able to tell. And then the clients will be like, oh my gosh, boohoo, whatever, this is bullshit, and complain, insert excuse. And I'm like, you didn't change, you're still doing the same shit. When I say, look, you can contact them after you've changed. And when I'm talking about change, I'm not talking about like, oh, change you make in a day. I'm talking about like transformational change that takes a while. I would say worry about the contact stuff later. Right now, your relationship is fucked. Because you don't even think in the way that would help. You even said that. You're like, yeah, me blaming your character won't make her fall in love with me. Yeah, I got these problems. So deal with that first. And then after we've dealt with that, I tell my clients, I'm like, I think you can contact them now. I vet them. So as Wizard, it's saying, it's like the earlier discussion getting frustrated in video games. You can't control how your teammates play. You can focus on improving your own gameplay. Exactly. Improve your own gameplay. Make your gameplay so good, you don't have to worry anymore. Code, it sounds like right now. Did I say that specifically? You're making her unhappy every single moment she sees you? Did I say that? Or is that how you feel about it? Is that your interpretation? Also, April, I missed your comment. Thank you. You said she has to deal with me saying things she doesn't want to hear when we do see each other. Okay, I don't remember if I said that. Is that the same thing as me saying that you make her unhappy every single time? No. I want you to pay attention to how the way you're interpreting things is separate from what I'm actually saying. That's another thing to consider. Code. It not being right. Okay, we're backtracking again. Even if it is her just using you, does that negate the need for you to focus on your own shit? Yes or no? And that's it. Focus on yourself. Of course not. No, of course not, is how you say it. And focus on shit like this. Fix your shit. Fix your shit first. And then once you fix your shit, then I think you'd be very surprised by how kind and receptive people can be to you. As you said, you were taking accountability for 1 week and things were better. But that was only, and she had the concern, I don't know if this could last. And then obviously it didn't last, and then things went to shit. So make it last permanently. To the point you never have to worry about it. Before pointing the finger at others, focus on yourself. Do you notice how April is noticing this too? Do you notice this too? Other people are noticing this code. Right. Your emotional state is contingent upon what she is doing. Don't you want to be in control of your own feelings? Right now, I understand for you, it's like, hey, let's say the temperature outside is like 110 degrees and you want to cool down. I'm saying, yes, I understand that. Here's what I would recommend for you to do to cool it down a degree. Right. So I'm gonna go now because it's nearly like I wanted to start cooking dinner 22 minutes ago. Here's the thing. The longer you keep focusing on things externally, this is what I'm going to leave you with. The longer you focus on things externally, especially to the detriment of your own internal values, the longer you will feel your emotions out of control. Because by definition, they are. April also made an excellent points. Also, no clue about the details of the relationship this was in. But honestly, I wouldn't ever want a partner that requires them to be a cudgel for my own mental stability. Right. Right now, though, Code. Hey, Mary, I'm about to get going, unfortunately. Right now, Code, your thinking is, as you have said, is not helping. As you've acknowledged, is not helping. We need to help your thinking get into a helpful place. Yeah, sorry, Mary. Because the longer we focus, like, you're going to keep dealing with this, the longer you entertain external thoughts. There will be thousands of reasons your brain will come up with, thousands of them. Which is why, in order for you to feel like, hey, I'm not like this anymore, right, one day at a time, do this more often. We need to have our thinking lead to somewhat helpful. So hey, you see something, oh man, is me blaming her a good idea? Let me figure out what should I be focused on instead? Instead of blaming her, let me focus on me. What could I do? Well, brainstorm that. Anyway, I can't like when I coach, and admittedly it's gonna so I'll say this. Bet you love to go through our text messages. If it's the blame game, well, again, is playing the blame game an act of love? No. In my friendship with Cass, like I don't blame her for, I don't focus on her at all. You know what I do? I focus on me and what I could do to make it better, like all the time, and like nonstop. You know what happens? Cass is like, wow, this makes it easy for me to focus on me and not feel controlled and all these other things. So then she helps me a lot. She's like so nice. Oh my God. Well, I'm glad, Code. This is the type of stuff I work with my clients on pretty typically. Right, Code. You can forget about what she's doing. Here's the thing. I'll just speak for me. Not having to worry about what Cass is doing is nice. Because I can instead focus on, oh, let me do such good stuff that inspires people. It's all right, Code. It's natural. It's not healthy, but it's understandable. I would actually disagree with Wizard's advice. Dating more people right now when your brain is spiraling? No. What I usually tell my clients is fix your shit first. Get your self-esteem in relationships so high. And self-esteem, as I talked about earlier, and a code you were a part of, you were a witness to, was how you feel about yourself and how actually like capable you are in relationships. Make that so high, you don't sweat it anymore. You're like, yeah, I can make good relationships with people I want to. It could be because the issue, here's the thing that can happen with Wizard. He might be like, oh, I found somebody else where I don't have to feel like I have to work on these problems I have because she totally gets me. But it seems like Code doesn't want to work on himself. Well, dating will be at best a temporary shortcut, but it'll fall apart. The problems we have with ourselves, we have to fix on our own. You can potentially do that in relationships. It can present an opportunity, but let me put it this way. Wizard. I was emotionally abusive to Cass. If I didn't fix my emotionally abusive tendencies, would I have a happy, healthy relationship anywhere? I think the answer would be no. If like a wife beater be like, well, let me just get with somebody else, she'll be grateful for me. It's like, no, you need to stop being an abusive asshole first. So in the same way, in a similar vein, Code, my advice would be to just work on yourself. And do that, and my general advice to clients is like, I usually tell my clients, it's like, look, you're probably going to have to work on yourself for a minimum 6 to 12 months, minimum. And then even then, I'm going to say, I tell my clients, like, we're going to set a time. First, we're going to make sure you're good to go. And then, like, after that, feel free to explore. But if you still have toxic tendencies that you're not recovering from, I mean, you can go ahead and date, and plenty of clients have ignored it. They're like, well, I'm just going to date. And then they come back and they're like, yeah, shit didn't go that well. I'm like, yeah, I know. No, Code, it's not a part of who you are. I will disagree with that too. I don't think it's a part of who you are. I understand why it feels that way. But it can change. Change for me. Change for my clients. It's just where you're going to choose to put your energy towards. Yeah, they learn from experience, and I usually tell them that, like, this is a bad idea. Here's why. And they're like, no, 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 it doesn't apply to me. And I'm like, okay, good luck. It's who I am right now. Okay, yeah, maybe it's who you are right now. And guess what? Through cognitive behavioral therapy, and this is not cognitive behavioral therapy, I'm not a therapist. Through you changing your cognition and using your change cognition to help. So it might be who you are right now. And I like how you said, but I don't want to be this way forever. That's good. If you have that desire to change, great. You can use this as kind of a starting point. If you want to work with a cognitive behavioral therapist to assist you, I would strongly advise that. They're going to be a lot more capable in regards to that since they have the training compared to me. You can use something like this to help you understand how to focus things that are outside of your control to what's in your control. And to work through some of the reasons why you've been conditioned to focus on things externally and to focus on more how you can do good things that make things better. And and you can slowly make that a part of who you are. That's all. One day at a time. So yeah. I'm gonna get going, guys. I've been here for 30 extra minutes. My ex did therapy and she's still the same though. Would it even help me, like, long term? What do you think I would say to that? Yeah, obviously there can be terrible therapists. But yes, therapy as a whole, yeah. Therapy is more effective, in my opinion, overall, generally, compared to coaching. Exactly, Code. I would advise you yeah, forget what your ex did or has done. Focus on what you do. She could have had the wrong therapist, or if you're with somebody who blames your character and thinks you're not a good person, I mean, is that going to make for a positive experience? I would say no. And by the way, this is just details I have from Code right now. I would say find an effective therapist to assist you in cognitive behavioral therapy. Let me put it this way. Would any amount of therapy help someone get through an abusive environment? Or would the advice just be get out of the abusive environment? Therapy could help a little bit, but like feeling better when things are objectively really bad is not gonna help. Again, that's where I talked about self-esteem earlier today. Feeling better is one thing, doing better is another thing. Yeah, but I wasn't with her. Well, again, you're not the person she feels like she can work things out with. Pretty clear. She doesn't feel safe with you. She doesn't trust you. Well, who knows? Don't know what the other issue was. Who knows? I don't know. But regardless, if therapy won't work for you, for example, find something that does. I've had terrible therapists before. I quit them and I found a better one. Like, I'm gonna make sure this professional helps me. Oh, like I told my therapist many years ago, I think it was like 2 years ago, that like, hey, like I have a problem with locus of control. And like I want to focus on things internally in my control. But again, let's focus less on the point being is we can get into some of this relationship theory later. Right now for you, you want specific help. I'm just going to tell you up front, like, focus on your shit. Focus on what you need to work on. If a therapist isn't helping you address your own issues that you've identified that you agree with, find a different one. Instead of judging the success of your journey based on somebody else's journey, create your own success anyway. I don't say too much about things between Cass and I because I leave a lot of personal information about her out. But like, my situation's pretty complex too, or has been, or was. People like April are giving good advice. Right now, clearly this relationship is not healthy. And a big factor in that is that you've said, hey, like, I'm not doing good things that are not helpful for a relationship, that will not get her to fall in love with me. What if she reaches out in the next few weeks still knowing I haven't changed? Well, I guess you better change. You better start now. Because, yeah, you know what could happen? She could reach out tomorrow. And if you haven't changed, well, who's to blame? Oh, is it her fault this time or yours? In my own life, I was at those moments. I was blocked. I had no idea when Cass would reinitiate contact. Blocked for 6+ months. How can she expect change in only a few weeks? That's kind of absurd thinking. That's a good point. I guess you better change so quickly that it would be that much of a surprise to her. And permanently change. Up to you, though. Gave her control over what? She blocked me? I didn't give her any control. What do you mean I gave her control? What are you talking about? She blocked me. She kicked me out. I mean, I didn't give her control. But from what I understand, she just did stuff. And then what I did was, well, I mean, I didn't give her control. I guess she made sure she had her own, which is fine. Yeah, she blocked me. And she talked to me like months later. But like, you know what my focus, that's her controlling the situation? Yeah, and I understand why. See how Chicken Burrito's saying the same thing? Focus, use your brain power to focus on your problem instead of stressing out about her reaction. Exactly. You know what I did? I was like, well, the reason I'm blocked is, I mean, I can say this now pretty easily. I'm like, at first I didn't really understand why I was blocked. Code. Before thinking about these questions, you have a bigger fish to fry. Which is, you have some shortcomings you've acknowledged. Your tendency to deflect. Your tendency to blame character. Your tendency to fixate on what she's going to do, on her behavior to dictate your own. These questions that you're asking, you'll never, like, I never need to ask them. Or if I need to answer them, I can answer them in like 2 seconds in my head. And I can do so across nuanced situations. I don't, like, it doesn't stress me out. Oh, my cat Maggie's hungry. All right, Maggie, I'll come there soon, sweetheart. Oh, the saddest meow. Why don't you answer them out loud, though? Because I understand me fixating on these questions. So should I let my ex control this? Demonstrates I have a lack of understanding of so many other deeper things. The answer to you would be so obvious for your nuanced situation if you understood a lot of deeper things. But I can't possibly express the nuance behind that for every specific situation easily. I could say, for example, control the situation. Well, again, it depends on your perception of it. She has every right to block you, for example. It's her life, her choice. If she doesn't feel safe with you, then absolutely, she should just leave you the fuck alone. It's whatever she wants to do. She's trying to figure it out in some way. And yeah, I'm going to say, yes, she should only interact with you when it benefits her. But then you'll take it, oh, but that means I get used. And the fact that you're fighting over control and you're viewing it in a control lens is like, I'm like, bro, and as Wizard's pointing out, you're trying to learn advanced weapon mechanics when I'm saying, bro, you're not even familiar with the game fundamentals, let alone the controls. Like, fundamentally, you have flaws in yourself, which you've acknowledged. You're worrying about, what do I do in these exact situations? How do I navigate these exact relationship problems? I'm like, bro, we're not there yet. Right, you don't even know how to keep pulse. Oh, but how do I manage odachis? Specific ways. When do I use these specific weapons? What about this against this boss? I'm like, bro, you don't know how to keep pulse. Let's learn how to keep pulse. We need to focus on the basics. Your basics are fix you. Work on you. And do that forever. If you don't do that, I can cheat you all the special ways for Odachi, but your head's going to spin. And it won't compute. For my Neo 3 Academy, my approach is not going to be one, here, let me tell you every little specific thing, as opposed to like, let me just teach you the general process of how to be able to figure that out. So, alright. In any case, I gave you stuff. I gotta go. Dear Lord, I've said that for the last 40 minutes. Fuck my life. Okay. When am I gonna do another stream like this? Well, here's what I'll say. So, Code, this is the type of stuff I get paid to do. And I charge usually for questions like yours, where I have a session with somebody. That is where I start to charge 100 per session. I charge money. I'm sure you can understand why. So bear that in mind. I'm giving this to you for free. Now, in the future, you can ask a question, and I can do another stream like this potentially even next week if there's enough interest. And I'll take a poll or do something like that up on YouTube. But if there's a question, I'll just say this for you. If you ask a question and if I even get a whiff that it's about what your ex is doing, external locus of control. April, thank you for the 100 bits. Really appreciate it. When's your session? Hey, just email me at pooperllama@gmail.com. So the thing is, if I get a whiff that it's about like external locus of control stuff, I'm gonna be like, Code, we talked about this before. I gave you something to practice, and I'm gonna ask you, how much did you practice it? Did you practice it daily? Is it something you were working on? Did you? And I will inquire. And if the answer is, well, I just didn't really do it because insert reason why, and I'll be like, okay, well, nothing's changed in terms of my advice, so I'm not going to give you extra time. So, Code, whatever else you're saying, I need to cap this. And I can be on here for ages. But again, what I've told you is very clear. Right now, your homework is basically to work on your cognition. You can do that with a cognitive behavioral therapist, and I would strongly encourage it, since I can only speak to you via text. With my clients, I speak face to face. Well, usually through like Zoom or something. But I can only give you advice, and I mean, I'm just talking to text. I can't read you. I don't know how you're feeling exactly. I can make guesses. The therapist will do a better job than me in that case. Unless you want to become a client of mine, in which I will tell you the price is 100 up front for a session. But same stuff. No freebies on that anymore, man. Okay. Just keep streaming when you cook dinner. No, I'm gonna have lived my life. All right. I'll put information about a potential next one. If you have direct interest, I will want comments about that, and we can go from there. In any case, thank you guys so much for watching. This was fun and gave me a lot to work with. I didn't expect it. Pleasant surprise. But yeah, I will see everybody later. Take care and bye.